Hello everyone and welcome back to Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Spirit of Justice. Well, we have all the evidence we need, so now let's clear Trucy's name because, wow, it's a battle of not only for the reputation of Trucy, and not only that, the entire the legacy of Trope Grammar Yay, but also the entire Write Anything Agency office is on the line. So, without further ado, let the conclusion of the magical turnabout begin. So here we go. Oh yeah, also one more thing. I'm only going to be posting videos for this playthrough from Monday through Thursday. Fridays, I like to work on other stuff, like ROM hack tryout or fight break, and most importantly, RPG Sundays. So for this playthrough and this playthrough only, I'm only gonna be posting like 4 videos during the weekdays, if possible. That is, so I'll just do the best I can, because Fridays I like to save that day to work on fight break or ROM hack tryout or RPG Sundays. So just a quick heads up on that. All right, so we're back in the lobby, and there's a new picture, huh? What? And I think we're in a different area in the defendant lobby. I don't know. Anyways, I'm fine. I'm Apollo Justice, and I'm fine. I'm hot. I'm handsome. I'm studly. Muscular. Just kidding. I can't help it. Is Apollo okay? He's been muttering to himself all morning. He's been like that since yesterday. Guess the pressure of today's trial is getting to him. Poor Polly. He's really tearing himself up over all of this. Get it together, Apollo! Yikes! Athena! When did you get here? Try to relax a bit, will ya? You're getting yourself way too worked up. Yeah, but I'm alright. I'm fine. I did a little digging on this Yuta Madhi guy. He's apparently not your run-of-the-mill prosecutor. Oh yeah? What'd you find out? Well, they say he wields an incredible power to accurately accurately read a trial's karma and its ultimate fate. What is that supposed to mean? I don't have all of the details, but apparently he can foresee how the arguments will go, and even lead his opposition. So the defense basically ends up going in whatever direction he has in his head. Man, this isn't going to be a cakewalk. That's true. Emma did say she'd talk to him for us, though. He's hoping, here's hoping that went well. In any case, it sounds like he's going to keep us on our toes. That's why I know you're ready. Why? Yeah, keep in mind, I think this is Phoenix talking to him, like from the phone call they had in the previous part. That's why I know you're ready, and why I know I can leave Trucy and the office to you. I believe in you, Apollo. Mr. Wright is putting his faith in me. I can't let him down. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm hot. I'm studly. I'm manly. Like I said, I can't help it. I want to add other dialogue in there. There he goes again. It's almost like he's chanting a prayer. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm Apollo Justice, and I'm fine. If you say so, Apollo. Oh, this is the bailiff. The trial will start momentarily. Is the defense ready? Yes, we're fine. Trucy's fate and the fate of the agency rests on this trial. This is it, Justice. If ever there was a time to shine, it's now. All right, let's enter the courtroom. Skip. Like I said, I don't care. Where we're at, as long as I can pass it, I can just read it and there. So, courtroom number 6. I wonder if they ever fixed courtroom number 4. It's never explained, by the way. Why? I mean, a year has passed, or maybe a couple months. I mean, it shouldn't take that long to repair the entire, an entire courtroom. Well, anyways, court is now in session for the trial of Trucy Wright. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Dot. And the prosecution? Dot. Prosecutor Sadmati? 1,000 pardons. It was rude of me to keep you waiting. I was praying for the victim. Yeah, in a weird position, or how should I call it, with them, how you put your fingers. Oh, praying. Yes, I see. You're a Koreanist monk, correct, prosecutor? Yes, that is correct. I am but a lowly monk from the kingdom of Korean. I beg in advance for the forgiveness and kind patience of everyone here in this court. I am unfamiliar with the proceedings of this country, and may make many blunders. He seems like a gentle-mannered soul, doesn't he? I wonder if Emma had a chance to talk with him about Trucy. Now then, prosecutors Salmahi, your opening statement, if you would. Certainly, in the name of the HM. Forget it. I mean, like I said, even Phoenix himself doesn't believe in this. Neither do I. It's just a bunch of rubbish. Anyways, in the name of the Holy Mother, I vow to guide the victim's soul to a land of eternal peace known as the Twilight Realm. Now, let the last rites of the victim begin. Oh, I forgot. There will be times where Nayuta will say, will talk in Kurainese. So, yeah, keep that in mind. Now, Yudas Asasad Mahi, he's really been making a name for himself, apparently. But that nickname, Last Rights Prosecutor, I wonder how that will come into play. The incident took place in the middle of a spectacular magic show. I'm sorry, but the music has been such a big improvement. I'm sorry, but I really enjoy this soundtrack. The accused performed a magic trick in which she thrust the sword into a coffin. A coffin from which the body of the victim then spilled out, dead from a fatal stabbing. The victim's name? Man of Mystery, otherwise known as the Great Mysterious. Man of Mystery. Get it? If only his first name was International, and then the middle name Man of Mystery. Okay, that was a lame joke. Anyways, his blood was found on the sword that was used during the magic trick. Alright, so we get our next piece of evidence, the autopsy report. The victim's real name was Man of Mystery. His blood is on the murder weapon. So his death was just an unfortunate accident? It is only natural for one to assume as such, Your Honor. However, it was no mere accident, but rather a homicide. The prosecution's position is thus that this was a murder made to look like an accident. I see. And you believe this crime was committed by the defendant? After a thorough consideration of all possible scenarios, I, unfortunately, had no other choice but to conclude as much. So that's how it's going to be, huh? I guess Emma couldn't convince him after all. Very well. And now, let us hear from the defense. Naturally, we maintain that the defendant is innocent, Your Honor. If the defense would mind, could you please explain your reasoning? My reasoning? Well, I would have to say that my main reason is because I believe in the defendant. I see. So you find it difficult to come up with anything more concrete than that, do you? What a fine demonstration of the fact that you are indeed a lawyer of putrid mind. Rude. Putrid mind? Prosecutors Asasad Madhi. Excuse me? And yeah, he'll also say that too. And he will say that Kuraini's phrase every time. That and Satutura. But he does say objection too, so don't worry about that either. If you don't mind me asking, prosecutor, what was that you were chanting? A sutra of the Holy Mother that guides those of tainted soul toward enlightenment. It is a Kurainist incantation to awaken the foolish from their fruitless slumber. Fitting for a lawyer who indulges in such fancy as the innocence of the accused. I see. So basically, you're asking the defense to get real? Well, it's one way of putting it. Allow me these few words, defense. It is my duty, duty, as a monk to punish sinners and to guide victims' souls to the Twilight Realm. Should you show repentance and admit to the accuser's guilt now, no harm will come to you. But should you interfere with my sacred last rites for the victim, then I shall cast you down into the pit of Hiffle along with Trucy Wright. Now, wait just 1 minute here. Putrid pit of Hiffle? Is that any way to address someone in a court of law? Prosecutor Sasadmati, that may be the way you conduct trials in Kurai, but I would appreciate it if you would refrain from such charged language here. In other words, watch your mouth, son. Your Honor, that was but a Kukurainist sermon for those who have strayed from the path. Harsh words are often necessary to admonish contemptible deviants who cannot see reason. Oh, I see. I didn't realize. I guess they really do hate defense attorneys in Kukurain, huh? Even still, that was way over the top as far as verbal abuse goes. And the trial's only begun. Well, defense, I suppose the way a prosecutor does things varies by country. Why don't we look at this as cross-cultural exchange and try to be open-minded about it? Yay. What? Bailiff, please bring in the first witness. And it's none other than Emma. Who else? I mean, come on. It's always the detectives that go first, most of the time. Uh-oh, I thought she said goodbye to the snackoos. Yeah, I'm skipping all that. Detective Sky, the courtroom is no place for gorging yourself. What's wrong with having a little snack? Girls gotta eat, right? She seems a little stressed out. Detective Sky, your testimony, please. Yeah, about that. I just I want to say for the record that I believe Trucy Wright is innocent. I'm sorry? Detective Sky, this path you seek to follow is misguided. Oh, what would you know? Trust me. As soon as all this evidence is presented, we will put the pieces together and trust me, I can't wait to put this guy in his place. As the player, that is. Giving the wrongdoer false hope will only deepen her despair in the end. Please. But I... Let it go and move on. Acts which could go against your duty will earn you divine punishment from the Holy Mother. Let's skip all this. Thankfully, I can skip on. Chew. Fine. I don't know about the divine part, but I get the punishment bit loud and clear. I guess Emma got assigned tons of paperwork or something for sticking up for Trucy. She and prosecutor Mahi don't seem to get along very well, do they? Shall we continue? The prosecution contends that the accused had a clear motive. The evidence, if you would, Detective Sky. All right. Please take a look at this poster. It's a Trope Grammarier poster from 13 years ago. Is it just me, or is it a little different from the one in Miss Wright's dressing room? This is a revised version of that poster. This one says cancelled under Mr. Rios. That's right. Mr. Rios left the trope after the first version of the poster was printed. Take a look at Mr. Rios's right forearm near his elbow. See the big scar there? He apparently got that when he made a mistake while practicing a magic trick. Ouch, that's quite a scar. In the shape of X's. That's kind of weird, if you ask me. Oh well, it's a video game. Because of the accident, Magnifique Grammarier concluded Mr. Reyes was too unskilled. Just before the show was to open, Magnifique announced Mr. Reyes wouldn't be appearing. But in defiance of Magnifique's decision, Mr. Reyes tried to go on stage anyway. This in turn caused Magnifique to oust Mr. Reyes from the trope on the spot. He kicked Mr. Reyes out? That seems rather extreme. Did he really have to go that far? When it came to magic, Trope Grammarier was so passionate, or should I say extreme about it, that it caused problems for them from time to time. Yes, they even caused this court a mountain of trouble with their extreme antics. We all know what happened there. I refer you to Phoenix's last trial in Apollo Justice Ace Attorney. And now the trope's successor has committed a murder. It seems the trope's rare talent was inherited by the right person after all. A putrid talent for criminality. Ah, yes, de vato. And everyone's silent. You sound rather extreme yourself, prosecutor. I agree. Criminals with impure souls do not deserve sympathy, Your Honor. As I was saying, after his expulsion, Mr. Reyes apparently went on to hold a grudge against the trope. He would tell those close to him to, I will get my revenge on Trope Grammarier someday. Do you see where we're going with this? Revenge? That certainly sounds antagonistic. And thus, the poster has been updated to include that sticker on Mr. Reyes. I keep on saying that like Reyes, you know. Mr. Reyes was apparently ousted by Trope Grammarier 13 years ago due to an injury he sustained. The scars prove it. And then his chance for a revenge finally came. If you would be so kind, Detective Sky. I guess I don't have a choice, do I? Alright. Testimony numero uno. The defense's motive. Here we go. The victim planned to get his a revenge on Trope Grammarier during Trucy's magic show. Mr. Rios was going to first steal the Grammarier notebook from the defendant. He then attended to reveal the secrets behind their magic tricks during the show. That was the victim's plan for revenge. Excuse me. And while he did, in fact, steal the notebook, the defendant murdered him before he had a chance to reveal the secrets. The fifth statement needs more info. Like I said, I have played this before, so I think I might. Truthfully, I think I might remember where am I supposed to press. All right, so by the time the accused had discovered the notebook's theft, it was too late. Her only option was to kill Mr. Rios, and made it look like an accident. Objection! That's nothing but conjecture. Objection. As you can see, he said objection. The victim's assistant, Bonnie Defane, gave the police a statement. She testified that just before the start of the show, Mr. Rios said, "I'm going to reveal all of Trope Grammarier's secrets on stage today." What? Well, that isn't exactly a great starting point for a rebuttal, is it? You're telling me? Allow me to give you one piece of advice, defense. Oh? And what's that? Let it go and move on. Excuse me? Helping a sinner will only sorry about that. Helping a sinner will only sully your own soul. One possessed of unclean soul will burn in the flames of Hiffle, and then be ever burdened with that sin in their next life. But I don't believe it, and that's a sort of thing. Besides, I have no intention of giving up. Oh, holy mother! Grant me the strength to deal with this putrid lawyer. All actions have consequences, and yours will surely earn you the honor of being a mere stink bug at best in your next life. A stink bug? Now then, Mr. Stink Bug, I mean, Mr. Justice, your cross-examination, please. Judge? Really? Really? Alright, here we go. Cross-examination time. Alright, here we go. So I'm gonna head towards the fifth statement. And notice now the health bar is now back to kind of how it was back in the first game, actually. Because if you recall, the health bar in the first game was just exclamation points. So now we're back to that system, except this time it's now turny badges. So yeah, in a way, this whole game is basically a callback to the first game in a way. I like it. I mean, I like the whole the whole callback motive. It's cool. I mean, it feels like we're playing. Sorry, I hit my mic there. That we're going back to its roots, sort of. All right, so I'm gonna head towards the fifth statement here. There it is. And the defendant murdered him before he had a chance to reveal the secrets. So I'm gonna press here. I'm sorry, but what exactly is the basis for claiming it was murder? Beats me. What? The basis is beats me? You'll have to ask prosecutors Assad Mahi over there, because he hasn't told me his reasoning either. Detective Sky, your feeding of information to the defense has not gone unnoticed by my eyes. The bad karma of acts which go against your duty will impinge upon you in your next life. But even before that, it may impinge upon your job in the form of a transfer. Please don't get me kicked out of the forensics unit. Anything but that. It's her job to collect evidence. Not only that, for fingerprints, and to make sure that the defendant is either guilty or innocent. It's her job to go through every piece of evidence, whether it's fingerprints, blood, blood testing and all that. It's her job. Because remember what I've said. Think of evidence as puzzle pieces. Put them together. I mean, figure out how they fit. Put the pieces together and see how it fits. Jumping to conclusions will make you look like a fool if you keep doing, like if you keep on saying, "I have evidence of this is a blood sample from the victim." Blah blah blah. That's why every single piece of evidence are like puzzle pieces. You have to thoroughly examine them, see how they fit. Otherwise, you jump to conclusions and, well, you look like a fool. Poor Emma. She's really been risking everything for us. Well, prosecutors Assad Mahi, what do you what are your grounds for claiming homicide? It was the luminous tape in the understage passage. I realized that it had been moved so that Mr. Reyes would climb up into the downstage coffin by mistake. What? Mr. Reyes was waiting in the understage passage. Was supposed to have used the upstage ladder shown here on the left. He was to climb up into the coffin that had been set up in the backstage area after being turned into a stuffed dragon during Act 1. Mr. Rios was supposed to come back to life and emerge from that coffin. But the luminous tape had been moved to mark the downstage ladder. So the victim climbed up into the coffin on the stage itself by mistake. The very same coffin the accused thrust her sword into. And you have proof that it was my client who moved the tape? But of course. Detective Sky? Oh, that's right. I identified the defendant's fingerprints on the luminous tape. You what? He actually had proof? Well, defense, are you finally ready to let it all go and move on? Absolutely not! Detective, please add the information about the prints on the tape to your testimony. Alright, new testimony. The defendant's prints were on the tape. I guess she must have moved it during the show. Oops. The tape was moved to guide Mr. Rios into the coffin that was downstage. If that's true, it does sound like a murder rather than an accident. It certainly doesn't help that Trucy's prints are on the tape. I wish I knew what sound would even be appropriate to make in this situation. Alright, let's head to where I was. The defendant murdered him. No, there it is. The defendant's prints were on the tape. I guess she must have moved it during the show. Alright, so let's present the prints. Let's see, where is it? Fingerprint results. Here it is. I'm sorry, Detective Sky, but there's a flaw in your testimony. Oh, really? The prosecution is claiming that Miss Wright moved the understage tape during the show in order to guide the victim into to the coffin downstage. But it doesn't make sense that she would leave prints on the tape at that time. It doesn't? Please consider the fingerprinting results of the main coffin, which shows that not one of my client's fingerprints was found on or in it. That's true. We didn't actually find any of her prints on that coffin. I think you've realized what the flaw in your testimony is. Claiming Miss Wright left prints on the tape during the show is inconsistent with the facts. Because she was wearing gloves during the show. Oh. She must have left prints sometime before the show started. In other words, her prints do not prove she moved the tape to mislead the victim. The prosecution's investigation was insufficient. Oh my! But on a personal level, I'm very happy about that. Well, sorry. Well, prosecutors Sadmati, if the defense's argument is true, then you have no evidence the victim moved the tape to deceive the victim. I see. Apparently, the defense is more than intelligent than I thought. More than a stink bug, at any rate. Come on, you can butt me up to at least a stag beetle now, can't you? Would that really be any better? Technically, yeah. Of course, way better. Stag beetles are cool. With such huge mandibles of theirs. If the defense wishes to be promoted to a stag beetle, then answer me this question. Alright, shoot. Even with no evidence that the accused moved the tape to misguide the victim. Well, let me lower the volume here a bit because the music was kind of louder than my voice, so I apologize there. The victim still climbed the ladder using the tape as a guide and entered the coffin on the stage. The accused then thrust her sword into said coffin with the victim in it. So what you're saying is the fact remains that the victim was stabbed to death, right? Precisely. However, this does drastically change one aspect of this case. If the accused did not lead the victim into the coffin on purpose, then it means the victim's death could have been accidental. If it was indeed an accident, the defense can argue that it was involuntary manslaughter. I see. If it was involuntary manslaughter, they could plead extenuating circumstances, and the severity of the crime could be mitigated. Defense, if you believe the accused did not murder the victim, then do you argue that it was an accident? This is it, the all-important question. The defense argues that Mr. Rios' death was the defense maintains that the victim is entirely innocent. We believe that it was an accident. We believe that it wasn't an accident, but murder. And what's more, we believe it was committed by a third party. A third party? As in, the true culprit is someone else? This is quite a brazen claim to make, and one wholly without grounds. Excuse me one second. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Alright, so, I think I read this one already. Yeah, I did. Your voice is as loud as your suit, and your mind echoes just as loudly in emptiness. Sorry about that too, the whole microphone thing, so let me repeat some of that. Alright. Sorry. Your voice is as loud as your suit, and your mind echoes just as loudly in emptiness. Surely, you were but a loud red pepper in your previous life. I've been demoted to a vegetable? Wow, I didn't know a person could be reincarnated as a non-sentient plant. In any case, I do have grounds to make this claim. Let us hear this reasoning of yours, then. All right, but before I give it, there is one question that we need to address. If the victim was killed by some third party, then the sword the victim thrust into the coffin wasn't the cause of death. If that's the case, then how did we wind up with a dead body inside the coffin? A very good question. Now, let's hear your opinion, Mr. Justice. How did the victim's body wind up inside the coffin? Hmm. He was killed under stage. I guess that's the only explanation I can think. I can say. What if the victim was killed under the stage before being put into the coffin? In other words, what if the victim was already dead in the coffin from the get-go? Oh, I see. In that case, the defendant's sword wouldn't have been the cause of death. How do you respond, Prosecutor Sadmahi? That is the third time. The third time of what? Yeah. What the heck is this? He's gonna be saying that throughout the whole game, so get used to it. Ow, ow, my head! What do you think you're doing? Even the merciful. Sorry. Even the merciful Holy Mother loses patience if she is struck 3 times. Since you never learn, you needed to be punished. Really? Anyways. Well, what, why don't you let me worry about what I need and don't need? It is what you deserve for interfering with my sacred last rites for the victim. You are a brainless lawyer chasing phantoms. You know nothing. Let this humble servant of the Holy Mother give you an edifying sermon. A sermon? Now? There is a passage in the sacred scriptures of Kurainism. A coroner frog will swallow even a snake. Huh? A corner lawyer has unexpectedly struck back hard against the prosecution. Did I get it right? No, for I am not done with my sermon. And yet, the frog still dies, its belly bitten and torn from within. Just great. And in this case, you are that frog defense. What exactly is your point anyway? Let us assume for a moment that the victim was killed under the stage. Who then had the opportunity to do this? To do so during the show? Let's see. The people in the show were Bonnie DeFame, the victim, Mr. Reyes, and Trucy Wright. But Bonnie DeFame was on stage throughout the entire show, as easily confirmed by footage from the show, which leaves us with only one suspect, Trucy Wright. Uh, Now do you see? The accused killed Mr. Rios as he waited on standby in the understage passage, and then placed his dead body in the coffin above, thus making the murder look like an accident. No! Oh, great, merciful Holy Mother. Thus, another putrid mind has been guided towards enlightenment. I can't believe I swallowed his trick question whole. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, but I had to raise an objection here. Athena, what are you... There's something I want to point out, Apollo. And who might you be? You strike me as a mere child in countenance. I may be young, but I have an attorney's badge just the same. And you would contribute to this discussion in that capacity? I most certainly would. You just argued that the defendant killed the victim under the stage. But let me remind you that Miss Wright is a girl. Clearly. Surely you didn't raise an objection simply to point out such an obvious fact. Your Honor, please send this... excuse me. Your Honor, please send for this little child's guardian to come take her home. But I'm not done with my sermon. You don't need to talk like Prosecutor Sadmati, you know. Listen, if the victim was killed in the understage passage, then his body would have been hauled up to the stage, right? However, Miss Wright is a young girl and a pretty petite one at that. She couldn't possibly have hefted that large body up and put it in the coffin. That's true. It does seem like it would be a rather difficult task for the defendant. I don't think even I could do it. Oh, you are old. What do you think of that, prosecutor? Who's the child now? In my religion, the priestesses of Qur'anism are revered as the pillars of our beliefs. So I naturally hold nothing but deep respect for women. I also think highly of the female perspective. Says the man who called this fair maiden a little child. Who's a fair maiden? I agree that your point is worth discussing, defense. How, indeed, was the body raised up into the coffin? By the accused. Trucy Wright, that is. You're committed to pointing the finger at her no matter what, huh? Then you explain how that even be possible. But of course. There was a way for even a small creature like her to raise the victim's body up. Huh? Wait, you really can explain it? I foresaw that our arguments would come to this, so I have prepared a witness. Well, I admire your readiness, prosecutor. It is really not that difficult when one can read the ultimate outcome of any trial. He couldn't have really predicted that things would turn out like this, could he? It's pretty hard to believe. Excuse me, but may I step down now? Hmm? Yes, I suppose you may. One moment, Detective Sky. Uh, um, I'm sorry for, the way I handled all of this. You did a fine job, Detective. Your testimony was invaluable. It was? Yes. You served well as a detective and did not allow your personal feelings to interfere. I think she kind of did. You overcame the conflicted emotions you felt and performed your duty admirably. You will be rewarded for your fine work. Oh, uh, thank you. I hope we can work together again in the future. Emma seems bewildered by the unexpected praise. I guess he's a pretty nice person, like they say, as long as you're not up against him. Now then, let us call the next witness. Why did they, It's weird that, the camera, uh, pointed at at Bonnie's legs and then go up, uh, towards her face. It's weird. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the court. It's very nice to meet all of you. I'm a logomorphing illusionist from the land of fairy tales. Bonnie the Fame. I can't wait to do some magic tricks for all of you. Please, witness. There is a time and a place for all things, including magic. Ah, but it would be okay if I do just a little magic, right? Come on, please. Look, everybody is waiting. Now's my chance to shine. And that is your second time. My second time doing what? There will be no for further warnings. You should know that from our preparatory meeting, correct? Is no one exempt from His Holiness's rosary of suffering? May we have your testimony, witness, once you've recovered from your disappointment? Well, as a huge fan of Trucy's, I don't really want to testify against her. But I guess I have to, don't I? As a huge fan of Trucy's, huh? Well, we all know about that, if you recall, in the investigation part. We heard we heard her true voice, like, we saw her true self. I hate her. I loathe her. I can't stand that Trucy Wright. Just because she's a little good at magic, she thinks she's all that. So this is exactly what that sniveling brat deserves. Sure, you're a real fan, all right. Of destroying Trucy, you mean? All right, here we go. Testimony time. The understage passage. Here we go. I can't believe that Trucy killed Mr. Reyes. I guess it's possible for a small girl to lift a dead body up if she used the stage lift. Is it possible? Could Trucy really have? If Trucy did use a stage lift, I think she must have used stage lift too. Was on stage for the entire show, by the way. You were on stage the whole time, and you're sure about that? There is no question. The entire audience could testify to that act. What's more, she is shown clearly in the TV show footage as well. I couldn't possibly have killed Mr. Rios, not little old me. Therefore, the only person who could have killed the victim under stage is the accused. Furthermore, by using a stage lift, even a petite, a young lady could have raised the body up to the stage without difficulty. You've gotta be kidding me. Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. I don't have a choice now but to press every single statement. How many are there anyways? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Like I said, they in the 5th game, they finally added dots to know how many statements are there in total. Back in the previous, for our first 4 games, there was no such thing. So you basically had to count it for yourself, in a way. So, all right. So for statement, let's press. You said you are a huge fan of Trucy's, isn't that right? Oh yes, I even became a magician because I wanted to be just like her. The first time I saw her, she was performing at the Wonder Bar. She was only in junior high back then, but she got up on stage with tons of confidence. And then she proceeded to win my heart with her astonishing tricks and winning smile. She certainly sounds like she means all of that. So, finally being able to perform with her must have been quite a treat for you, right? Oh yes. After all, it was my chance to have her see me. So, not just as a fan, but as a fellow magician. But then that horrible accident happened. It was not an accident. It was murder. Witness, please explain if you would. How a small young woman such as Trucy Wright could have raised the body. Alright, so statement number 2, let's press. What makes you think it would be possible? It's not like you tried it out yourself, right? Well, actually, we did try it out for ourselves. You did? Detective Sky, if you would. Oh, so that's why you made me do that. Detective Sky, what did he have you do? The prosecutor asked me to try raising one of the male police officers with the stage lift, without a single word of explanation as to why he was making me do it. You're kidding! It's as if he really can foresee all of our counter arguments. Do not underestimate this humble servant of the Holy Mother. More like haughty. I guess that means Trucy could have lifted a dead body up. Does that mean... Alright, statement number 3. Let's press. And what possible? I mean, did I read it right by any chance? Sorry. Is what possible? Sorry about that. Could Trucy really have what, Mr. Fame? Please finish your sentence. Well, I don't try to beat around the bush. Come on, come right out and say it. Why not tell this court what you really believe? What I really believe? Of course I don't believe Trucy could ever commit murder. Such an amazing and wonderful magician would never do such a thing. But taking all the facts into account, what else can I think? I know of at least 3 other unflattering things you really think about, Trucy. How can you attack this girl when she is obviously speaking with reserve? There is such a thing as reading between the lines, Mr. Justice. It's sad how the youth of today lack the ability to do such a basic thing. Looking at me like that isn't going to help me stick my foot in my mouth less, Your Honor. Witness, please describe what the accused might have used to lift the dead body. All right. Alright, so statement number 4. If Trucy did use a stage lift, I think she must have used a stage lift number 2. Well, about that. Stage lift 2? Oh, but that would mean exposing the secret of the trick. You mean the stage lift shown here on the left? That's right, with a stage lift. I think even a small girl could easily lift a dead body up to the stage. And so that makes her the murderer, in your opinion? Of course not. I believe in Trucy. Like I said, I'm a huge fan of hers. Oh, brother. How long is she gonna keep this act up? Defense? What position was stage lift 2 in after the other of a show? Let's see. If I recall, it was in the fully raised position. Duh! And the reason why it was fully raised is because the accused used it to lift the victim's body. Wouldn't you agree? Yeah. Feel free to slowly mull it over while you roast over the flames of Hippo, you evil red pepper. So now I'm also evil. Now, what does that remind you of? Alright, last statement. Let's press. You didn't have a single spare moment to slip down to the understage passage? Huh? Don't tell me you suspect me now. I'm just trying to do my job by fully examining your alibi. Depending on how solid it is, I might have to suspect you. Yes. You gotta be kidding me. Don't spit on my head and tell me it's raining, lawyer boy. I'm right. I'm right there in the footage. Or are you too much of an idiot to see? Huh? Mr. Fame, are you feeling all right? You seem suddenly different. Oh, oops. Where did that come from, right? Oh my, I seem to have snapped there for a second, didn't I? You didn't just snap. You broke character just now. In any case, I was on stage the whole time, performing magic. I mean, you saw me in the footage, right? My that dazzling and flawless performance. Flawless? That's odd, considering what you told me. You said that you made a mistake with where you positioned Mr. Hat. Mr. Fane? To what is the defense referring? Well, I made a mistake on stage. I was in charge of operating Mr. Hat, you see. According to the script, I was supposed to place him to the left of the coffin, but I flubbed it up and made him stand to the right of the coffin instead. And because of that mistake, Trucy had to move the stage lifts around. I feel really bad about messing. Sorry. I feel really bad about messing Trucy up like that with my goof. Darn it! I don't see any inconsistencies in her testimony. Now, do you know who the real killer is? Come on, Gramps, don't just sit there. Hand down your ruling pronto. Do it quick, before you keel up over there. I beg your pardon? Oops. Oh, what's gotten into me? I'm so sorry. I give her another 5 minutes before she tears off that mask. Well, defense, are you ready to let it all go now? Of course not. I'll never give up. I see. I suppose this too is fate. The sacred scriptures of Kukurainism describe a variety of hex for the darned. For someone like you who struggles ceaselessly against his fate, Papul Boljig seems most appropriate. People boil what? Oh wait, that's Kurainese. What sort of terrible place is Papul Boljig? A place where the more one struggles, the further one falls into the abyss. At the bottom of the abyss, a ferocious beast awaits. Think of it as something akin to an Antilian's sandpit trap. Oh, there's one of those in my backyard. Wow, Ukrainists heck is closer to home than I thought. Now then, it would appear that the witnesses' testimonies supports the prosecution's claims that the defendant is the only one who could have killed the victim under stage. How are we supposed to get out of this jam? Hey, Apollo, if you can't find any contradictions, maybe it's time to use analytical psychology. You mean it's time to bring back the mood matrix, is what she means. I heard some discord in Bonnie's voice while she was testifying. See? Which is picking up on the noise in her heart too. That's right. Athena can hear things others can't with her super sensitive hearing. She can hear the emotions people suppress as a kind of noise or the discord in their voices. All right, Athena. Let's give it a try. You got it. Hold it. Sorry, I just wanted to say that. Your Honor, I'm afraid that our witness, Mr. Fane, is suffering under terrible traumatic stress due to this horrible incident. She is? Yes. What with that terrible death on stage and her beloved Trucy getting arrested, she's under awful strain and shock. In fact, I don't know how much more she can take before she is unfit to testify. What? Oh, I've heard of that. What is it called? Postal stress disorder, right? It's where a person becomes uncontrollably angry, I think. I read about it somewhere. That's going postal, Your Honor. This is a PTSD. Oh my. So that's why the witness acts so hostile at times, as if she were a different person. Yes, and I think her condition is clouding her memory of the incident. Therefore, I suggest a short therapy session for the witness. Huh? Therapy? You don't know the first thing about a magician's mental strength. I've risked my life jumping through rings of fire and having my body sawn in half. Oopsie, boy, I have to watch my temper, don't I? Miss Sykes, please do whatever you can to help this unfortunate young lady. And what exactly is this child planning to do, Mr. Justice? With her super sensitive hearing, Miss Sykes can hear a witness's true emotions. Simply from tone and inflection, she can tell exactly what a person is feeling. I can even pick out feelings that a witness is trying to suppress or hide, which projects the emotions I hear into the mood matrix, where I can analyze them. It sounds like some sort of Cerberus devilry. Though I find it hard to believe, I must ask, how do emotions constitute evidence? Well, I won't say that emotions can be taken as evidence per se. I have seen how instrumental Miss Sykes' work has been in cracking a case. Therefore, I wholly support giving it a try. I see. If you are in favor of it, Your Honor, then I have no objections. Even this mere monk can see that something disturbs the witness. I'll disturb you. Oh, I thank you for understanding, Prosecutor Sasadmagi. Apollo, you remember how to conduct a therapy session, right? You want me to lead the session? Of course. You lead on this. Sorry. You're the lead on this case, after all. Fair enough, but do I need a refresher? Well, I'll refer to the I think it was the second episode or the first episode of Dual Destinies, but it was one of them. So basically, we're trying to. Like through her testimony, she explained she was feeling something like either joy, anger, worry. Hold on. It was joy, anger, worry, and surprised, I think. But sometimes there are certain emotions that just doesn't go with that with the a statement. So that's where we have to find out the inconsistencies on it. Alright, so there's no need to I think I still remember from last time, so let's get right into it. Okie dokie. You ready, Widget? Let's do this. Alright, here we go. Mood Matrix time. I guess Trucy is the one who killed Mr. Rias. Even she could move the body with that lift. I was on stage at the time, but that terrible mistake. Okay. My stupid love caused Trucy so much trouble. I feel so bad about it. Wait a minute. She feels sad, but at the same time she feels happy about it. That's very, very weird. So we're gonna have to pinpoint on that. I have to say, Mr. Fane, you certainly are a strange one. Even though you said I feel so bad about it, it seems you are feeling happy about it. Bam! I think I can guess why you're feeling happy. It must be because... Well, the only thing I can think of is you messed Trucy up. I think you were happy because you messed up you messed the defendant up. I'm right, aren't I? You gotta be kidding me. Why would I be happy? I messed Trucy up. I'm a big fan of hers. Because we saw you. I hate her. I loathe her. I can't stand that Trucy Wright. Just because she's a little good at magic, she thinks she's all that. So this is exactly what that sniveling brat deserves. We saw how you said you hated Trucy Wright. How you were glad she was in trouble, and even how it was what she deserved. Ouch! It looks like I hit the bunny on the head, so to speak. Alright, so it's halfway there. Apollo, the noise level dropped. Now, if we could get it down to 0%. Well, Mr. Fame, are you ready to confess how you really feel? What? What do you mean? I'm Bonnie, the sweet, cute, little Bonnie. Oops. Sorry if you heard that. I got a notification. Alright, there we go. That should get rid of it. I apologize there. I'm a rookie magician working hard to be like my idol, Trucy. That's the character I'm supposed to be. Oh, wait a minute. Keep that up, Mr. Fame, and you're gonna have a mental breakdown. Just let yourself be who you really are. Who I really am? The two sides of you are finding each other and doing you psychic harm. I can hear them. Two distinct voices battling inside you. Shut your pie hole, you know nothing know-it-all. I mean, you mustn't say things like that, or I might get flustered. Mr. Fame, how long did you insist on maintaining this wolf in sheep's clothing act? We can't end this therapy session until you get real with us. Set the wild beast inside you free. Ouch! Ooh, silence. Don't make me laugh. You don't know a dang thing about me. You want to see who I really am? Fine. Take a good look. Yeah, I know. It's supposed to be a sound like a back cry, but I can't do it that well. Sheep's clothing? You've got it all wrong. It's a rabbit suit I've got on. I'm not a wolf. I'm a blood-sucking vampire, a bat with fangs and wings. Eek! I think we just opened Pandora's box. I'm finally done with that goody two-shoes cottontail act. I feel free as a bat. And the crowd goes wild. Defense! Your therapy session. Sorry, sorry. Defense! Your therapy session has taken a turn for the worst from the looks of it. There's a perfectly good explanation for this, isn't there, Miss Sykes? Me thinks I created a monster. We blew it. Hey, you, lobster boy. Who, me? You think I'm glad Trucy's in trouble? That I think she's getting her just desserts? Well, guess what? You're right. Does this mean you admit to wishing the defendant harm? Well, the bat's out of the bag now. Excuse me 1 second, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Alright, so, well, the bat is out of the bag now. That a mistake of mine was a work of art. Thanks to my goof, poor little Trucy had to do all of that hard physical labor. When you say hard physical labor, what are you referring to? Because of Mr. Hat's new position, Trucy had to move both of those huge stage lifts. They must have been so heavy. What a riot! That's strange. Athena, could you please add that last statement to Bonnie's testimony? Alright, I'll update the mood matrix with the new info. Hey, Apollo. Now, there's a new inconsistency in the testimony. Yeah? She finally slipped up. So what do I do? What do I need to do now? Well, from this point onward, you just do what you do best. Find a contradiction in the testimony and present evidence to refute it. Alright, I've got you now, Bonnie the Fame. Alright, here we go. Let's see. I guess, Trucy is the one who killed Mr. Reyes. Even she could move the body with that lift. I was on stage. 5. I was on stage at the time, but that terrible mistake. Alright, here we go. Info update. You know what? Serves her right. Thanks to that, she ended up having to move the stage lifts. Let's see, how many statements are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm counting 5. I wonder whatever happened to that 6th statement. I could have sworn it was there. Anyways. Probably my mind's playing tricks or something. Oh well. But this is the one I'm looking for. Thanks to that, she ended up having to move the stage lifts. But here's in Trucy's statement. Trucy moved the stage lifts to cover for Bonnie's mistake. She told no one about this. Oh, I forgot about that. She didn't tell anybody about it. So how did Bonnie knew about moving the stage lifts if Trucy didn't tell anybody about it? Let's present it. Objection! That doesn't make sense. What? So you think I'm crazy now? No, that's not the point I was trying to make. But I don't hear you. But I don't hear you denying it. Mr. Fame, allow me to repeat your statement. Thanks to that, she ended up having to move the stage lifts. That's right. And I still say that's what she did. But how did you know? How did you know Miss Wright moved the stage lifts? Huh? According to her own statement, she didn't tell anyone that she had done so. What? So how could you possibly have known what she had done? Unless you saw her? You saw Miss Wright moving the lifts in the understage passage, didn't you? Geek! Alright, info update. So yeah, she was spying on her. That's why she knew. But however, Trucy didn't tell anybody. But some things doesn't feel... How is she there if she was on stage? I smell something. You did it, Apollo. Noise levels are at 0%. But... Mr. Justice, wouldn't that mean... Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Fame herself was under the stage where the victim was killed. And I hardly need to tell the court what that means. You are one artful liar, Mr. Fame, and one spectacular suspect. Yeah! Why, you shiny red lobster boy. You're saying I killed Mr. Rias? I'm saying that it is a possibility. What's more, I say you had a solid motive to frame my client for the murder as well. My apologies for raining on the defense's merry revelry? I don't know. But you seem to have forgotten one very important point. Oh, really? The TV footage. As you can clearly see, Mr. Fame was on the stage the whole time. The entire audience can bear witness to that fact, including you. Oh, yeah. You have just taken a long and senseless journey, only to return to the starting line. The witness could not have been in the understage passage, which means the only one left who could have killed the victim is the accused. I guess the party's over. But Mr. Fame knew something she couldn't have known unless she was under the stage. How do you explain that, Prosecutor Sadmahi? It's quite simple. The accused must have told Mr. Fame about it, but then forgot. Huh. Open those useless eyes of yours and take a good look at the footage. If Mr. Fame really was in the understage pass, it would mean she was on stage and understage at the same time. You mean she was in two places at once? That does seem to be the only explanation that makes sense. It may be an explanation, but I'm not so sure about the makes sense part. Then we'll just have to make it make sense. Your Honor, the witness was both on stage and understage at the same time. That is the defense's assertion. I've heard some illogical things come out of you before, but this is absurd. I'm sure you'll change your tune once you hear my reasoning, Your Honor. My gut tells me you're bluffing, but I'll bite. Very well, Mr. Justice. How do you explain how the witness was in two places at once? Easy. There were two Bonnies. There were two Bonnies, Your Honor. If that were the case, it would all make sense, wouldn't it? There were two of them? I suspected you had a few screws loose, but now I see some are missing altogether. Is there a tool in this courtroom, Your Honor? I suppose two, no, 3 screws in the head should righten his putrid mind. Very well, bailiff, could you? No, wait, please listen to my argument. Very well, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to at least give it a listen. As we argued earlier, Mr. Fame is shown in the footage the whole time, but at the same time, she was also watching Miss Wright in the understage passage. The only possible explanation is that there are 2 Bonnies. That almost sounds like it makes sense. What do you think, Prosecutor Asad Madhi? This humble servant of the Holy Mother is of the opinion that we should lose no time in replacing the defense's many lost screws. But Apollo, it goes against reality itself to say that one person is actually 2. But we don't have to be bound by reality. After all, we're talking about magic here. So if the Bonnie Defame in the footage is the real Bonnie, then the Bonnie on the witness stand, the one who must have been under stage, this Bonnie Defame is our is our second Bonnie. She is? Say we call the one in front of us Bonnie number 2. I believe I have just a piece of evidence to prove that a Miss Bonnie 2 exists. Oh, then please submit your evidence, Mr. Justice. What proves the existence of a Bonnie number 2? Well, let's refer back to the fingerprint data. If you recall, there were, on the coffin that is, there were a set of fingerprints. However, it's unknown whose fingerprints are there, since Emma supposedly got everyone who was involved in the magic show, except for one. Let's present that fingerprint data here. What's this? During our investigation, we found a set of unknown prints on the coffin on the stage. These prints were most likely left during the course of the show. But they didn't match the prints of any of the people involved in this case. An unknown third party's fingerprints? I was not told of this. Emma must have kept it from him. So the question is, who could these prints possibly belong to? Mr. Fame, or should I say Bonnie number 2. These are your prints, aren't they? Yeah! Enough of this foolishness. One person could not possibly be 2. Those fingerprints could have been left not only during of the show, but at any time. It's not like you to lose your cool like that, Prosecutor Asad Madhi. And I'm sure you know that. Exactly when the fingerprints were made is not the main issue. What do you mean by that, Mr. Justice? The issue is, who do these unknown prints belong to? They're certainly not Bonnie the Fames. But what if they belonged to the person standing right in front of us? Oh, you mean Bonnie number 2 is the second Bonnie? Is that what you're implying? It's preposterous to suggest that those prints belong to the witness. I say they must belong to some other unknown individual. Prosecutor Sadmagi, could you really look at her and still say that? What are you looking at? To take a picture, it'll last longer. How could this be? If we check her prints, I'm sure they'll match the unknown set. Well, Bonnie, the prints that don't belong to the real you belong to you. Don't they, Bonnie number 2? Witness, is what the defense has said true? Fine, I admit it. The fingerprints are mine. Then does that mean you aren't a Bonnie DeFame? What? Ridiculous! And the crowd goes wild. Well, not in the way you think. Are there really 2 Bonnies? Nope, there's only 1 Bonnie. That's because I'm Betty. Betty DeFame. What? So yeah, this is not Bonnie, but Betty. Ladies and gentlemen of the court, it's time for a wondrous magic show. Gasp in amazement as this logomorphing illusionist performs her the teleportation magic. Watch closely. It's showtime. Thus it's revealed. Yes. Twins. They are twin sisters, Bonnie and Betty. What an amazing trick! The witness has suddenly split it into 2 people. Oh, yay. It's not a trick. No gimmick to it either. We're simply twins. What? Twins? So that's how the teleportation trick works. Ever since our debut, I've had to hide or pretend I'm Bonnie. All cute and sweet and goody. I can't tell you how stressful it's been. I don't have to hide anymore. That's right. Our days of sneaking around are finally over. Their cover is blown, but they actually seem pretty happy about it. So, which one of you is the nice Bonnie, the fame we met in the dressing room? That would be me. And the sharp-tongued Bonnie we saw with the ratings Raj under stage was... Hey, who are you calling sharp-tongued? It's all starting to make sense now. Alright, so now the fingerprint data has been updated to include Betty, or her fingerprints. So, Mr. Justice, this changes the facts of the case rather dramatically, doesn't it? It certainly does. During the show, it was Bonnie who was on stage the whole time. So Bonnie couldn't have committed the crime. But Betty, on the other hand, who was under stage, did have the opportunity. Well, so now we have two suspects. Wait just a minute there, Lobster Boy. I didn't do it. That's right. Betty might have a foul mouth, but she never killed anybody. Hey, who's got a foul mouth here? Well, she ain't lying. You you basically do have a foul mouth. Well, I mean, I haven't heard any swearing, but yeah, you pretty much have a bad attitude, you know. Oh, well, speak up, huh? Please save your sibling squabble for later. But Betty, you must have been in the understates passage during the show. Otherwise, you wouldn't have known about the stage lifts being moved. So what exactly were you doing down there? Fine, I'll testify. Anything to get you off my back. Prosecutor Sadmati, Betty DeFame is ready to testify. What do you say? Betty, you lied to this humble servant of the Holy Mother. Hey, what else could I do? I couldn't blow our cover and ruin our magic act. Besides, am I gonna go to your Twilight Hiffle or whatever for being a liar? You will indeed. However, it won't be after your death. Rather, I shall give you a taste of your punishment on this mortal coil. In interrogation heck. Neek! Now then, Betty DeFane, please explain to this court what exactly you were doing under the stage. All right. What happened under stage? Here we go. It's true. I had a business in the understage passage because of the upcoming trick. It was the fire trick, right? The one Mr. Rios was supposed to do. That's right. It was a very dangerous trick, so I had to make sure we were prepared for it. It was in the script, and I really wanted to see it, but I couldn't because of the accident. Shut up! You're gonna give it away. Anyway, I was real busy. Yeah, way too busy to have a chance to kill Mr. Rios. Well, that was certainly different. How's that for a flawless testimony and alibi? Our magic is real. It's not a trick or a gimmick. Oh my, she's floating. Your Honor? You can see she's being held up from below. You were supposed to pretend you didn't see that. It's a little something called etiquette. But I can't help it. Whenever I see a contradiction or inconsistency, I just have to point it out. Now then, the defense may begin its cross-examination. Alright, here we go. Alright, let's see. It's true I had a business in the understage passage because of the upcoming trick. It was the fire trick, right? The one Mr. Rias was supposed to do. That's right. It's a very dangerous trick, so I had to make sure we were prepared. A fire bucket. Well, I mean, with fire tricks like that, you always have to be prepared. So I'm going to present this fire bucket. A bucket to use to be used in case of fire. Not only was it empty, but the dust lines the inside of the pail. Well, keep in mind, when it comes to certain buckets, well, specifically fire buckets, water isn't the only thing that can be put in here or put inside the bucket. Sand can also be used to put out fires. So, yeah, it could be water or it can be sand that can put out fires too. So I'm gonna present this fire bucket. I hate to break this to you, Betty, but there's a big flaw in your testimony. As big as the one in the floating, in that floating trick you did earlier. Oh, harsh words. Well, let me tell you something, forehead boy. No one has ever figured out how we do our teleportation trick. No one except me, you mean? Well, we haven't been. We have been. Sorry, we have even better tricks up our sleeves. Huh? We do? I told you to keep it zipped. Now, don't fight, you two. Mr. Justice, what's this about a flaw in the testimony? This script has this to say about the fire trick. This will be dangerous. Make sure the fire bucket is ready. However, we found the bucket lying empty backstage except for a layer of dust. Ouch! You didn't even attempt to get ready for the next trick, did you, Betty? You got me! Wow. Betty DeFame, you will explain yourself. There's nothing to explain. Come on, Betty. We can't hide it any longer. We might as well tell them. Shut up! You can barely take care of yourself. Don't try and tell me what to do. Well, if neither of you will explain, I guess I'll have to. The reason Betty didn't prepare for the fire trick is because she knew the show wouldn't go on. You didn't prepare for the fire trick because you knew, didn't you? You knew that the body would be found and that the show would then be cancelled. Ah! Thankfully, it was only Betty that screamed, not just Bonnie. Don't be ridiculous. Don't be ridiculous, you insignificant speck of a man. I'm gonna yank those lame bangs of yours off. Is that what you want? Huh? Whatever. They can grow back. Now stop stalling and just tell us the truth already. I can't reveal my secrets. I'm a magician. You have been chasing the shadow of an Il- Illusory culprit defense. And having a chance upon a convenient target, you have let yourself get carried away. Exactly. Where's your proof, huh? And yet I concede that the witness's taste for false words has also been proven. I advise you to confine your deceitful trickery to your magic act witness. Deceitful trickery? As your court, as your court appointed therapist, I'd like to add something here, Betty. You finally let yourself be who you really are. But if you could continue to hide behind lines, you'll just be imprisoning your heart all over again. But all these questions mean you're trying to put me in prison for real. So I'll be behind bars either way. Does that mean you're admitting your guilt? Of course not. I can't believe you people. Every one of you thinks I did something I didn't do? You... Lobster Boy, Cue Ball Geezer, Headcase Brat, Cerberus Monk. Wow. The crowd goes silent. Cue Ball Geezer? Headcase Brat? Really? But Betty, calm down. Come on now. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Look, I'm not the murderer, I tell you. Then how did you know the show would be called off before the fire trick? I told you we can't reveal our secrets. We're under contract. Contract? What is she talking about? Be that as it may, you're obviously a suspect in this case. I'm beginning to see the karmic threads that make up the intricate tapestry that is this case. Huh? Allow me to summarize your assertions, defense. First, that the victim was killed in the understage passage, and second, the witness and the accused are the only two who could have done it. Exactly. What's more, Betty knew that the body would be found, and that the magic show would then be called off. Therefore, it's reasonable to conclude that Betty killed the victim understage. But what if Betty knew that the show would be called off for some other reason? Like what? In the course of my investigation, I found it strange that the dragon set piece fell when it did. That, in conjunction with the body tumbling from the coffin in such a dramatic fashion, all seemed too perfect for mere happenstance. It was as though the entire chain of events has been planned out in advance. Ouch! That's so funny. Planned out? After deciding to take this case, I scrupulously studied everything I could about the mass media in this country. I read the newspaper, old news reports, and I even browsed tabloid magazines. How very industrious of you. I'm impressed. During this process, I learned about a strange practice favored by the TV world. A practice called the hidden camera prank. Ah! Betty and Bonnie, you knew about this, did you not? About the dead body appearing, the set piece falling, the show being suspended. You two were informed of this plan by Take-Two TV in advance, correct? Yeah, I'll let them yell. Is that true? Betty, please. Let's tell them now. I can't hold it in anymore. Dang it. Fine. You got us. Everything the prosecutor said is true. The TV station paid us to cooperate with them on this plan. It was all a prank. A big setup planned out in advance. Mr. Rios showing up dead in the coffin, the set piece falling down, it was all completely scripted. It was all a prank? Bonnie, is this really true? Yes. Mr. Rios was supposed to pretend to be dead. That's how it was supposed to go. So he was in on it too? That's right. He was supposed to show up dead in the coffin, and then the set piece would fall down. Trucy would be shocked and start to panic. That's how the prank script went. What? What the heck kind of prank is that? But we never thought he'd actually wind up dead. Yeah, that was the only thing that was different from the script. Poor Mr. Rios. I'm so completely lost right now. Well, Betty and Bonnie, it certainly sounds like you have some explaining to do. All right. I guess that desperate times calls for desperate measures. Just this once, I will share how it was done with you. So listen carefully. You'll never hear this kind of thing anywhere else. After our teleportation trick, I went down under stage. When Mr. Rios' body appeared from the coffin stage, or the coffin on stage, it was time for Betty to do her job in the understage passage. That's right. I used the remote control for the winch connected to the dragon set piece, and made it fall down. And just before the dragon fell, I called Trucy to the backstage, so she wouldn't get hurt. After that, the plan was for Mr. Rios to come back to life in front of a panicked Trucy. He was supposed to laugh and fly up away. That was how it was scripted anyway. But for some reason, he really did turn up dead. So he kind of just stayed on the ground. What kind of sick joke is that? It sounds like a terribly mean-spirited prank to me. The poor defendant was trying to do her magic show. I guess so. I'm sorry, Trucy. Whatever. It was all the ratings rush idea anyways. Yeah, it sounds like it's just the kind of thing a guy like him would come up with. Um, this is the prank plan script we got from the ratings rush. Alright, so a new piece of evidence has been implemented. The prank plan script. The corpse appearing and the set piece of falling were staged by Roger Retins. Alright. Dang it. You made us break our contract. Now we won't get paid. But where does this all leave us? Who killed the victim? And when? Yes, exactly. Those are the key questions. If Mr. Rios was only pretending to be dead in the coffin as a part of the prank, then when he was under stage, there would still be life within him. And if that is the case, then Betty, who was also under stage, may be excluded from our list of suspects. Witness, was the victim alive until he entered the coffin? Oh, well, now that we've spilled the beans, we might as well show you this video. Greetings, viewers. It is I, the great Mr. Rios. We are currently in the middle of Trucy's escape trick. Having snuck through the understage passage undetected, I am now hiding backstage, preparing to play a little prank on Trucy. I'm about to hide in the coffin, which Trucy will stab with her rubber sword. And when the coffin opens, oh, I will be in it, acting as though I've met my maker. Yeah, take a look at his left arm and make a note of it, 'cause it'll come back. You'll see. Can you imagine the look on Trucy's face then? Oh, I can hardly wait. He's about to hide in the coffin? It would seem the threads of karmic destiny have led us to the truth. The victim passed through the understage where Betty DeFame was. Oops, excuse me. And came up into the backstage area. We know this because Mr. Rios appeared to be backstage when he shot the video we saw. It appears that way, yes. And defense, you proposed the following, did you not? What if the victim was killed under the stage before before being put into the coffin? But then, what about this video? This footage was taken just before Mr. Rios entered the coffin. Oh, so does that mean... Caught ya, fly. Yes, it is horrible, but true. The tragedy did indeed play out right there on the stage. When into to the coffin where Mr. Rios was hiding, Trucy Wright thrust her blade. See? Told you so. So are you saying the incident was a tragic accident that happened during a prank? It would be an accident if the accused had no knowledge of the prank beforehand. So let us ask the accused herself. Miss Wright, did you have prior knowledge of the prank? What? I... I... Tell him, Trucy, you didn't know anything about it, right? Of course I didn't. I didn't know a single thing about it. Still think you can play innocent, do you? In that case, you leave me little choice but to present this piece of evidence. It looks like some sort of note. Ah! Oh, that's... I found this note in the dressing room after the incident. At that time. At the time, I did not understand what it meant, but all is clear to me now. What's this? Let's see. It says, get the video camera after Mr. Rios comes tumbling out. It is a note signed by the accused, instructing Bonnie to collect Mr. Rios' video camera from him, it seems. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. I found it in the dressing room before the show. When I saw it, I realized that Trucy knew about the prank. It does bear her signature. I'll give you that much. Alright, so a new piece of evidence has been presented. Trucy's note. A note found in the dressing room after the incident that bears Trucy's signature. So the defendant had prior knowledge of the prank? It would appear so, yes. When she learned about the plan to trick her, she decided to use it to her own advantage. So she thrust the steel sword into the coffin, where the victim stood chuckling to himself. Is that not what happened, Miss Wright? Of course not. And I didn't write or sign that note. But the handwriting matches yours. All of the evidence and testimony points to you being the culprit. But I didn't do it. It wasn't me. Then explain the existence of this note. You can do that, can you not? I can't explain it. I didn't write it, so I don't understand. I didn't kill Mr. Rios. You have to believe me. Silence. Also, referring to this little note here, have this also in mind. More on that as we progress through this trial. The silence is deafening. Continue struggling against the threads of your own karma if you wish, accused. Even as you are in even as you are inescapable, caught in the web of your fate. Thankfully, we have this. Even as you are in this inescapably caught in the web of fate, you've spun for yourself. Miss Wright, it is time to resign yourself to your fate. No, I didn't do it. I... Huh, I knew it. That sweet looking girl, a murderer? She took all of us in. But I didn't do it. I really didn't. Why doesn't anybody believe me? Shut up, you killer. We won't fall for that anymore. This is bad. Your Honor, I suggest we put an end to this tragedy now. Give your official ruling and let us offer the victim's soul the last rites it deserves. Very well. I suppose I have no other choice. This court hereby finds the defendant Trucy Wright. The defense has an objection. Apollo! You, even now, you would... I won't give up, and I refuse to let either of them down. Mr. Wright, who's counting on me, and Trucy, who's put all of her faith in me. Mr. Justice, the fact that you have raised an objection means that you have evidence with which to refute the prosecution's claims, correct? Yes, of course, Your Honor. Do we really have anything, Apollo? Actually, we do. There's one piece of evidence we can present here. Very well, Mr. Justice. You may proceed. We saw in the show footage. There's no question that the defendant thrust the sword into the coffin. The defense doesn't dispute this point. But let us not forget that this was a magic show filled with tricks and illusions. We can't take everything we see at face value. So you're saying some sleight of hand was somehow involved? Yes. The defense contends that the sword the defendant used was not the cause of death. Now, what was it Trucy told me she did just before she thrust the sword into the coffin? Very well. Let us see your evidence then, Mr. Justice. But remember, you interrupted my verdict to make this claim. You will be severely penalized if I find you are bluffing. That's fine, Your Honor. This shows that it's impossible that the sword Miss Wright used was not the cause of death. And thus we present the sword stand. What's this? A sword from the show? That's right, Your Honor. This rubber sword was in the sword stand under stage. During the trick, Miss Wright was supposed to swap the real sword for a rubber sword. And she told us on record that she remembers very clearly that she did. I see. So the sword the defendant thrust into the coffin was a rubber sword, was it? But then, why was a steel sword found lying on the stage? Somebody must have put the steel sword there by swapping it with the rubber one. Just after the incident occurred, the dragon set piece fell and the theater was evacuated. The real culprit must have used the resulting chaos to swap the rubber sword for the steel one. Do you not know when to give up, stink bug? That is not possible. Blood was found in the coffin hole that the sword was thrust into. It must have been left there when the accused withdrew the sword. This is incontrovertible proof excuse me, that the sword she used was the steel one. But that blood could be the result of someone tampering with the crime scene after the fact. After the set piece fell and the audience was cleared out of the theater, there was plenty of time for somebody to plant that blood there. If the sword the accused used was a rubber one, then when exactly do you propose the victim was killed? Given that Mr. Rios was alive when he entered that coffin. Finding the answer to that question is precisely why we need to continue this trial. Let me express my opinion. By all accounts, it is certainly reasonable to suspect the defendant based on the evidence. But as to the question of whether the sword the defendant used was rubber or steel, I believe for further discussion is warranted. I suggest we hear from the defendant herself on this issue. Very well, Your Honor. Yes, I saved it, somehow. Too close for comfort, but still. Alright, so the crime photo has been updated. There are traces of blood in one of the coffin's holes. It's possible the blood was placed there after the fact. Let's adjourn for a brief 15-minute recess. I advise the prosecution and the defense to use this time to prepare. Whew. Alright, so we're back in the lobby. Phew, that was hairy. Tell me about it. We barely made it through by the skin of my teeth. I can't say I'm crazy about that prosecutor's about that prosecutor Sadmadhi either. You know, with the way he says, "Let it go and move on," as if it's nothing. Let it go and move on, huh? Oh boy, am I interrupting a secret conclave of villains or something? Got your next evil scheme in the works already? What do you want? Keep making that face, champ, and everybody's gonna change the channel. Look this way, Trucy. Now smile for the camera. Let's see those pearly whites. Isn't that what the Grammarier Creed tells you to do? How does it feel, Trucy? Everybody online can't stop talking about you. They're calling you a real witch out there. Could this be the end of Tropez Grammarier? Go away, you creep! Oh, what's this? Something just charged into frame. It looks like a yellow gorilla or something. Could it be Trucy's pet? Filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. Do you want me to get the bailiff? Huh? Filming? What are you talking about? I don't even have a camera on me. Remember that little scene too. Huh? What happened to the camera? It just disappeared right before our very eyes. I'll be enjoying the rest of the Trucy show from the gallery. I put out a call for Trucy's fans to come and support her earlier, by the way. Bet I'll get some great footage out of them. This is gonna be good. Hang loose, baby. He called in some of Trucy's fans? But for what purpose? Apollo? That thing Mr. Retins just did, that was some high-level sleight of hand, huh? Why would he know how to do something like that? I don't know, but he definitely has some serious magic skills. No way. I thought he said magicians were all a bunch of good for nothings. Mr. Lawyer? Oh, it's Bonnie. Oh, hello, Bonnie. Can I help you with something? Well, there's something that's been bothering me. Really? What is it? Well, you see... Hey, dummy, what are you whispering to Lobster Boy about? Betty, who the heck do you think you are? Are you crazy? You want a piece of this? You know you have to talk to me first before you do or say anything. You harebrain. Hey, but shut your mouth, you dumb bunny. Come with me now. I wonder what was bothering her. There's no way we're finding that out with Betty constantly hovering over her like that. Court is about to reconvene. Will you be all right testifying? Yes. It's just... I wonder what Mr. Retins has up his sleeve. I doubt he's bringing in actual fans. Oh, sorry, that was Trucy. Yeah, yeah, probably not. I wonder what he has up his sleeve too. He better not be trying to get under Trucy's skin right now, of all times. You're Trucy Wright, and you'll be fine. Oh. There goes Apollo with his best trick. That's right. Whenever I'm feeling down, I always tell myself I'm fine. All right, I'll give it a try. I'm Trucy Wright, and I'm fine. Thanks, Polly. I think I can do this now. Atta girl. Good luck up there on the stand. You'll do great. Thanks. I'll be fine. I can do this. All right, Justice. You can do this too. Time to focus on the rest of the trial. All right. Back at the court. Here we go. Court is now back in session. Defendant, please step up to the witness stand. Trucy Wright, magician. Here comes the liar, the deceitful witch. Throw the murderer in jail. Cállense la boca, for crying out loud. Jeez. Order! The gallery will be quiet, or I will have you all thrown out on the spot. Okay. Thank you, Judge. What's with all the hecklers? I bet they're the fans Mr. Retins invited. What a grade A jerk. Well, he's not gonna psych us out. Now then, Miss Wright, this court would like to know if you switched from the steel sword to a rubber one on stage. So please testify about this issue. She's just gonna try and trick us with her magic. Hurry up and give her the death penalty. Oh, for the... Silence! All of you! I won't tell you again! Miss Wright, do you feel able to testify? Yes, I'm fine, Your Honor. Trucy, I knew I shouldn't have let her go through with this. I'd like to make a small request. How about instead of testifying with words, I show you exactly what happened. Would that be all right, Your Honor? You can witness my stupendous sword switching magic and judge for yourselves. In spite of everything, she's still smiling. Our Trucy is amazing, isn't she? She sure is. She's doing just fine up there. A true entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. She's faithfully following the Trope Grammarier Creed even now. She really is something else. It's showtime for magical girl Trucy Wright. Watch carefully now, everybody. I was kind of hoping for an anime cutscene, but oh well, this'll do. Alright, here we go. The stupendous sword switch. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, please focus your attention on this sword. Allow me to demonstrate just how sharp this blade truly is. See that? No tricks or gimmicks. A very sharp sword indeed. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, watch as I take the sword and... Presto Sordo! There, I've switched it. And now... Hup! As you can see, the blade is not steel, but rubber. Bravo, Miss Wright! Wow, she switched them in a flash! I couldn't see her do it at all! She completely turned the room around! The hecklers are being drowned out by all the cheering! Where did the steel sword vanish off to, Miss Wright? In order to deepen our understanding of the case, please tell us if you would. I'm not asking out of mere curiosity, just so you know. I usually hide the sword backstage when I switch them during the show. So when you thrust the rubber sword into the coffin, the steel sword wasn't even on stage, but behind the curtain. Exactly. So you see, there is a trick and a gimmick to it after all. And as for where the steel sword went when I performed the trick just now, it's a secret. Wouldn't want to spoil the magic for you now, would I? That's our Trucy. Yeah, still. Miss Wright? That part where you spun around, that's an actual part of the sword switching trick you do for the show, right? Right. The other parts, like the apple, were just to help with my explanation here in court. That's funny. I think I found an inconsistency to her testimony. And it looks like I'm not the only one. I don't know what it's doing there, but now that I found it, I have to get to the bottom of it. Now then, Mr. Justice, you may go ahead and question the witness, but try not to ask dumb questions and spoil this wondrous magic. I thought this was supposed to be my cross-examination. Oh, wow. Alright. So, what was it that Apollo saw that caught him off guard? Like, so something that just wasn't right. Alright, so let's get this. Allow me to demonstrate just how this display truly is. See? No tricks or gimmicks, a very sharp sword indeed. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, watch as I take this sword and... Presto sordo. There. I switched it. However, something's bugging. Let's refer to the, where is it? The show footage. Objection! Miss Wright, there's something I'd like to confirm with you. Well, what is it, Apollo? There seems to be a discrepancy between the way you performed the trick for us just now and the way it appears in the show footage. What? But that can't be. I performed it exactly the same way both times. Then what's going on here? Miss Wright, I have the show footage right here. And the part where you twirl your cape around is missing from it. What? But I did it. So it really is the exact moment you switched for swords? Yes, that's right. I knew it. Well, I certainly never expected the defense to expose the accused's lie for me. Mr. Justice, does this mean that you are arguing that the defendant did not swap the swords during the actual magic show? No, Your Honor, that wasn't my intention. I mean, I did swap them. I know I did. I'm absolutely sure of it. Human memory is unreliable at best, but in this case, I am afraid that it is the witness herself who cannot be trusted. We cannot see we can see the footage for ourselves. The claims of this new witness are false. But now that it has been proven that the accused did not swap swords, it means that the use of the steel sword to pierce the coffin was wholly intentional. And by the way, what was it not you, Mr. Justice, who argued but that Mr. Rias's death was not an accident, but murder? I assume you have no objections to that still. It was, after all, your own assertion. The defense has an objection to you, Mr. Apollo Justice. I demand you withdraw the discrepancy you pointed out now. But there is a discrepancy, and it must mean something. I'm sure of it. Would the defense team kindly save their spat until after court is adjourned? Now, after all of this debate, it seems we've come back around to the original argument. The defendant knew about the prank plan that would place the victim inside the coffin. What's more, the defendant did not perform the sword-switching trick on stage. Through her actions, I'm afraid I have come to see the true intention of the accused, her murderous intentions. It's such a shame. But I did switch of the sorts, I swear. You, you're knee deep in it now, Justice. Well, keep in mind, recall. Excuse me. That, in my opinion, was one of the best parts I will ever do. I didn't think I was there. I didn't think I was gonna make the cue on that. Oh wow. Let's see. You are which one again? Uh, Benny? No, that's not right. Body? It's Bonnie. You were mixing the two names together, Your Honor. Oh, pardon me. And do you have something you wish to say, Bonnie? Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to testify. About what? The more I think about it, the less possible it seems. I don't believe Trucy killed Mr. Rios. Bonnie? Oh. Hey, what's the big idea? Such an incredibly gifted and talented magician would never commit murder. I refuse to believe it. What are you talking about, you hair-brained hare? You keep your trap shut. I got a bag of baby carrots for you, so chew on those and pipe down. No, I won't be quiet. What's the matter with you? Didn't you hear me? Trucy said something to me once. Huh? She said no matter how scared you get, no matter how mean people are to you, you can't give in or give up. That's what being a professional magician is all about. Isn't that right, Trucy? That's right, Bonnie. I've always been afraid to stand up to Betty, afraid to defy her. So I did what she said. But when I saw Trucy today, she gave me strength. And recall esta gente saying all these mean things. I'd like to make a small request. How about instead of testifying with words, I show you exactly what happened? Would that be all right, Your Honor? You can witness my stupendous sword-switching magic and judge for yourselves. Seeing her courage, the way she kept smiling despite everything, she's just incredible. So I'm not going to run away. I'm scared, but for once, I'm going to be brave. What have you done to my sister, Trucy Wright? You've practically brainwashed her. It's the power of Trucy's conviction. That's what it is. It's to touch Bonnie's heart. Yeah, Trucy really is one magical girl. Bonnie, is the topic of your testimony related to that thing that was bothering you? That thing you tried to tell us about in the lobby during the recess? Yes, ever since I saw that footage, something's been nagging at me. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but something is off. I feel like something about it is different from what I saw on the stage. What do you mean by that, Bonnie? I wonder if what was shown on TV is really the same as what happened on stage. Of course it is. The show has only been performed once, after all. It can't show anything other than what happened on that stage yesterday.
Objection!
But Bonnie's testimony deserves our attention. We have to examine the show footage. But but what can we check it against? Do you have some other footage of the show? Well, I have some show footage. You do? One of the TV station's cameraman said he was a fan of mine. He kept this camera on me throughout the entire show. And then afterwards, he gave me the footage he shot as a present. He did? To tell you the truth, I thought it was kind of creepy. So I was going to get rid of it. But please submit that footage to the court. All right, let's see that footage. Now then, let's take a look at this new footage. And I apologize for the slowdown. No slowdown. Yes! Thank you! Finally. I didn't do anything, per se. I guess it really was my computer. Alright, let's see what we can find here. Well, I'm surprised there's no sound. Footage should always have sound since it was recorded on camera, by the way. What in the world? Wow. Okay then. He really did keep his. He really did keep his camera on Bonnie the whole time, didn't he? I think this cameraman needs to keep his personal feelings out of his work. Well, defense, do you believe this new show footage is worth inspecting? Oh, of course I do. Okay, so how are we gonna go about this? Let's try comparing the two. We just might find a inconsistency between them. An inconsistency, huh? Yes. The two pieces of footage are of the same scene, so they should match up. But Bonnie felt there was something off about the original footage. So if we can pick out what's different between the two, we'll know what Bonnie found strange. Exactly. Plus, we may figure out why the original doesn't show the sword switching trick. Your Honor, the defense would like to compare these two pieces of show footage. Very well, I will allow it. What a waste of time. You're a waste of time. Apollo, do you know how to compare the two pieces of footage? No, I've never done it before. I'll give you a little lesson then. Use the buttons on the bottom screen to operate the playback. When you want to speed through, touch the fast forward button, or in this case, if you're playing the 3DS version, the A button. And if you want to go back, touch the rewind button, either on the touch screen or with the Y button. It's up to y'all. If you want to hold the playback, you can touch the pause button, which is the B button. Oh, and by the way, if you fast forward or rewind when the oh, excuse me, sorry, I had a little snack. When the playback is paused, you can also do a slow frame by frame playback. Well, I mean, this is CD footage, so there's no, well, videotapes aren't involved anymore, at least I think. But okay, so how do I switch between the two videos? Just touch the switch camera button, or in this case, the L button at the top left. I won't be using any touch screen unless I have to, but for now, I'm basically happy with the buttons. Now, if you find a difference between the two pieces of footage, put the cursor over what's different and present with the X button it to the court. Thanks, Athena. You really know your stuff. Not really. I just gave it some gusto and then went with my gut on most of it. What? I sure hope she gets it. She guessed right. She's right. Don't worry. Anyway, let's give it a try. Alright, so now here comes the whole slowdown thing. So I'm gonna wait for the cards. So this is the footage we were given. Alright, so where is it? We have to wait. Let's switch between the... Oh, okay, so for this footage... Let's rewind it back here just for a bit. Now, let me switch between this one. Find out where are those cards are at. I kind of figured as much. There were no cards at all. Now watch. So yeah, keep in mind that the first video slows down, so I apologize there. There were no cards. Now to take a look at this. Oop. Let's rewind here. Oops. Keep forgetting. Alright, there we go. See? That little scene did not happen at all. We never saw any cards, so I'm gonna have to present it here. Hopefully, I can't pause it, which is it's gonna be a bad thing. So I have to get this right. Alright, so let's see if this works. This is it right here. To take a good look at this scene and compare it to the video shot from the front. Oh, the playing cards don't appear in the video shot from the front. Hey, you're right. What's going on here? Miss Wright, what can you tell us about these playing cards? Oh, those? They're the cards I throw when I do the sword switching trick. What? Mr. Justice, does this mean... Yes, it means that the sword switching trick was cut from the TV show footage. So the footage was edited? Yes, with malicious intent. That is absurd. Well, we must get to the bottom of this right away. Bailiff, the TV station might still have the unedited footage. Go see what you can find out. Yes, Your Honor. Oh, wait a minute. Oh no, it's this guy. It's you! Now, hold up, Your Honor. This is all just a big misunderstanding. Believe you me. Give a guy a chance to defend himself before you start pointing fingers. And who might you be? Right. Sorry about that. I got ahead of myself. Here's my business card. Charmed to make your acquaintance, Your Honor. Oh, well, how very polite of you. It's lovely to meet you too, Prosecutor Sadmati. Please take my card. A business card? Ah, yes. I read about this custom among businessmen in this court. I have even familiarized myself with the various replies. How do you do, good sir? Or, what's crack-a-lackin', homie, for example? Oh, you're from Take-Two TV, are you, witness? Come to think of it, I believe I've seen you on TV before. Yes. Roger Retins, otherwise known as the Ratings Raj, or Rahaj, or... I apologize if I can't pronounce it that well. He is a TV producer and appears on many of his own shows as of late. He is best known for his catchphrase, "Hang loose, baby." Oh my, so you're the Ratings Raj? Hang loose, judgy baby. Nice courtroom you got here. I never thought I'd get to meet you in person. But Prosecutor Sadmahi, how do you know so much about him? In preparation for the case, I watched all of his shows. I found the Ratings Raj Goes to Burger Barn of particular interest. It inspired me to visit that restaurant straight away to learn more about the local cuisine. What? You went to Burger Barn? Who would have thought? You must have really wanted to try it, huh, buddy? Because that line, phew. Compared to my ascetic training, an hour's wait is nothing. I recommend the Southwestern burger with jalapeno jack cheese, by the way. I'm having a really hard time picturing him in line for burgers. Prosecutors Saad Mahi's unexpected enthusiasm for food aside, Mr. Retins, what is this misunderstanding you mentioned? Well, for starters, it's true that the footage was edited. You'll get your hands on get your hands on this anyway, so I might as well show you the unedited footage. It's a pretty long video, so I'll just show you the part where the playing cards. You can see the cards when Trucy spins around. So keep your eyes peeled. Did you see that part where Trucy switched swords? She spins around and the playing cards go flying. Everything, everything's like it's supposed to be. Then it seems the defendant really did swap swords during the trick. Which means the sword Miss Wright thrust into the coffin was the rubber one. In other words, Miss Wright couldn't have killed Mr. Rios. Yeah, see, that's the first misunderstanding right there. What do you mean? Well, Trucy definitely did swap swords as you saw. So yeah, maybe she did kill Mr. Rios when she stabbed the coffin, but that just means he was killed after he showed up pretending to be a corpse. So you're saying that up until that point, everything was going according to the script? If that's true, then when and how exactly do you think he was killed? It was after the dragon set piece came crashing down. I say Trucy murdered Mr. Rios when she was hidden from view behind the set piece. She could have easily done it behind that huge dragon, and nobody would be wiser. I see. Indeed, there is a ring of truth to your assertion. You bet. Plus, there's a suspicious looking shadow in the footage too. It's towards the end of the footage, just before the dragon hits the stage. It might be easier to just see it for yourselves. Yeah, I know what it is exactly. It's only for a split second, so it's hard to catch. But look here. This suspicious shadow must be Trucy. Yeah, about that. Keep in mind that a little thing is all the way over there. Trucy was on the right side. Left side, sorry. So it would have taken her time to not only. I wonder if I can see the footage. Was it this one? Okay. Let's see. Let's have a quick look at the footage real quick. Because she would have ran all the way towards the backstage from the left side. Okay, there's Mr. Hat right there. So let's wait for it. trying to wait here. Reveal the coffin. To reveal the body. Right there. It would have taken some time for her to go backstage, put on that the wire there, and just fly up there. It's not possible. She would have to be like a really fast runner just to get up there. She's using the steel sword she hid behind the curtain during a trick to kill the victim. Now that you mention it, I suppose it does look that way. This witness is just trying to ram his theory down our throats, Your Honor. And that's not all. Aren't we forgetting that the witness willfully edited the sword switch out of the footage? You see, there's your second misunderstanding here. Your Honor, would you mind if I testified about it? I've seen people testify on TV, and I've always wanted to give it a shot. That would be fine with me. Prosecutor Sadmati, this is quite unexpected. It threatens to disrupt the karmic course of this case. Hey, lighten up, pretty boy. Are you gonna like what I've got to say? Promise. Very well. However, if you do anything to impede the last rites for the victim, I will have you removed. All right, with Prosecutor Sadmati's permission, please give your testimony, Mr. Retins. Roger Retins, the Radiance Raj. Now, I skipped something. Now, Kaiser of the courtroom. I'm taking over the floor, so listen up, loyal viewers. Alright, here we go. It was deliberate, I tell ya. Alright, here we go. Footage is meant to be edited, I tell you. Scenes are spliced together and long, or boring scenes are cut out. All the stations edit footage this way. It wasn't like it was done maliciously or something. It was just a coincidence that a particular scene was cut. It wasn't intentional. Or what? You got some proof that I had an ulterior motive for editing that footage? I see. So you're saying it was a coincidence that the sword swapping scene was cut. That's right. Glad you got the picture. Coincidence? That's just a little too convenient if you ask me. Ooh, an objection. How cool. It sure packs a lot more punch when you hear it live. Do that again. I want to get another shot from a different angle. My objection? It's not for your entertainment. And cut. There, I got some good stuff there. Mr. Retins, filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. Whoops, my bad, Judge. And if the defense has an issue, it can point it out during its cross-examination. Alright, here we go. So let's head towards the certain fourth statement here. It was just a coincidence that that particular scene was cut. It wasn't intentional. Hmm. Of all the scenes you could have cut, why the other sword switching trick? That seems like too much of a coincidence to me. Oh, so now are you gonna tell me how I'm supposed to edit my programs, big shot? It's hard being the boss, kid. Gotta be, well, gotta make tough choices, like which content gets cut. Then let me ask you this: why exactly do you make such a tough choice in this case? You wouldn't understand, champ. It's all about artistic vision. I tell you, people tell you how to do your job when they don't know the first thing about it. I may not know TV, but I know evidence law. And boy, do I have some for you, champ. I might be able to show you to show that your selective editing was not intentional. However, I know you bear the defendant ill will, and this is the evidence that proves it. Thus, I present the clipboard / contract. Huh? What's that you got there? This is the contract you had Miss Wright sign just before the magic show. This contract between the first party, Take Two TV, and the second party, Miss Wright, reads: if, though the fault of the second party, the show must be cancelled in part or in full, the second party will pay $3 million as compensation to the first party. $3 million? That's a complete unreasonable sum. I couldn't agree more. And of course, Miss Wright doesn't have that kind of money. Nevertheless, Roger V. Tins had her sign this unreasonable contract anyway. Or more accurately, he conned her into signing it. Conned her? How did he do that? There's a trick to the clipboard that was used by Miss Wright to sign her contract. It houses carbon paper that can secretly copy her signature onto other documents. Oh, come on now. That's quite a nasty accusation you're slinging my way. For starters, you don't have any proof I had anything to do with that carbon paper stuff. Just because Trucy and her agency can't pay up, that doesn't mean I conned her. But $3 million? That's totally out of reach for the average person. In any case, this is important new info. Please add it to your testimony, Mr. Retins. Where's your proof linking me to that tricked out clipboard? You don't have any, do you? About that. And thus we present Trucy's note. Not statement, but note.
Objection!
You must be quite the con man if you can fool a magician with a simple trick. But if you think you can con a lawyer, you're very much mistaken. Hey kid, would it kill you to enunciate in front of the camera? You know, like a newscaster. Think of the viewers. I'd like you to take a look at Miss Wright's signature here on this note. Now, let's compare that signature to the one here on this contract. Well, would you look at that? They're exactly the same. That's right, Your Honor. Not just similar, but exactly the same. Nobody can sign their name in exactly the same way twice, unless it's a copy. Yes, keep going. These signatures are proof positive that you conned Miss Wright, and they definitely prove your malicious intent. Say, not bad, lawyer guy. I didn't know you had it in you. This is really getting interesting now. It'll get great ratings for sure. Don't try to dodge the issue, Mr. Retins. The fact that is that you bear ill will against my client. So show the footage was definitely edited with malicious intentions. Isn't that right? What a forced argument defense. All you have really proven is not his ill will towards Miss Wright, but his precautionary greed. That's right. I just wanted money, baby. Fat stacks of cheddar, that's all. After all, I never even crossed paths with Trucy before this magic show. So I'd have absolutely no reason to bear her any ill will, right? He didn't bear her any ill will, huh? Fat chance. This guy definitely has some major hate for Trucy. You'll see. I'll dig up dirt and expose the dark heart behind that sweet smile. I'll prove those Grammar Yay magicians are all just a bunch of lowlives. I can't prove it with anything yet, but the things he said all point to that fact. There must be something between the two of them that gave birth to this grudge. Some sort of connection that not even Trucy is aware of. Your Honor, I'd like to argue that Roger Retins and Trucy Wright must have crossed paths before. There must be some hidden connection between them. Hidden? Connection? What is it now? Just what are you getting at, Mr. Justice? It is futile to even ask, Your Honor. Surely it is just another one of the defense's feckless claims. You don't seem to have a very high opinion of me, but once you hear my argument, you'll just have to, you'll wish you to taking me a whole lot more seriously. Will I really? Very well then. Do proceed. Did you figure out something, Apollo? Nope, not a thing. What? That was just some good old fashioned bluffing. Courtesy of Mr. Wright's fine training. I hope you know what you're doing. If you're going to make such a bold claim, Mr. Justice, I hope you're ready to elaborate. What is this hidden connection between the defendant and Roger Retins? He's Trucy's biggest fan. They're dating? Who would put an answer like that? Seriously. But I'm gonna go with option number 3. Retins is a magician too. That sleight of hand trick Mr. Retins did during the recess earlier. Filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. Do you want me to get the bailiff? Huh? Filming? What are you talking about? I don't even have a camera on me. What if Mr. Retins is a magician too? What if? I believe it's up to the defense to fill in the blanks, not me. Well, if he is, he may not have had some contact with Miss Wright somewhere along the way. Your argument is hardly worth responding to. But by all means, please do continue. As a passage in the sacred scriptures of Quran states, he who gives a sermon to a monkey is himself a monkey. Yeah, it doesn't matter what you say to a dimwit. He isn't gonna get it anyway. But we saw Mr. Retins perform a magic trick. He made his the video camera disappear in the blink of an eye. While I think it would be pretty funny if I were a magician, you must have been seeing things. Want me to introduce you to a good eye doctor? If a connection as tenuous as that is all it takes, then every magician in the country could potentially bear ill will toward the accused. I guess you're right. You're not the sharpest knife in the drawer. In the drawer, are you, short stuff? You would do well to cleanse that putrid mind of yours in the holy waters of Mount Pony Pony. 3 days under a frigid waterfall, and even you should rise to the level of a monkey. A numbskull for a numbskull. Well, this numbskull has thick skin, so there. I think I get what they're driving at. Even if he is a magician, it's not exactly a reason to bear a grudge against Trucy, is it? Hold on. I can think of one person, one magician who has a reason to bear a grudge against Trucy. Or rather, one magician who has a reason to bear a grudge against Trucy Grammarier. Oh? No way! Is something wrong, Mr. Justice? Your Honor, the defense wishes to submit evidence at this time. I see. And what sort of evidence do you have for us? Evidence that points to the real killer, the one who had a motive to commit this crime. What? And what have you come up with this time, defense? Trucy Wright is the sole heir to Trucy Grammarier and its name. This puts her square in the crosshairs of one particular magician. And this piece of evidence points to that one person with a grudge against Miss Wright. Oh, there it is. First, let's bring out the poster. And who exactly are you naming, Mr. Justice? 13 years ago, the great Mr. Reyes belonged to Trucy Grammarier. But then, the trope ousted him, and Mr. Reyes vowed to get a revenge on them someday. And what better way to accomplish that than through the ruination of their sole heir? But Mr. Reyes is the victim, Mr. Justice. You've named a dead man as your suspect. But is he really dead? What do you mean, is he really dead? If the fact that Mr. Reyes is the victim is what's throwing you off, then how about we consider this possibility? What if the man who died on that stage yesterday wasn't Mr. Reyes? And everyone goes silent. What? You mean the victim was an imposter? Not Mr. Reyes? Then what about the real Mr. Reyes? It would mean the real Mr. Reyes is still alive. That's absurd. Mr. Justice, who is this real Mr. Reyes, if not the victim of this case? It's all coming together now. I finally see the gimmick, the trick to this entire case. This should explain everything, Your Honor. The real killer, the one who hated Trope Grammarier and wanted to sully its name, the magician lurking in the shadows who set up a fake Mr. Reyes in his stead. The real Mr. Reyes is... Dun dun dun! Roger Returns. Oh, now I get it. I think Roger Returns. I think it's supposed to be returns, but they had to change it or something. I think I'm not really sure, but that's yes, it is. Roger Returns is the real Mr. Reyes. What? Him?
Objection.
Oh, hollow red pepper. Your impotent seeds sprout not but meaningless empty words. Yeah, keep in mind on something. Let me switch right here. Now, look closely. The scar. Because of a little accident he went through is the reason that Mr. Reyes was booted out of the trope. However, look at the footage that we see here. Let's see if I have it though. Do I have the footage? I don't think they have put the footage. Let me see this one. Nope. No, they haven't. Oh well. Anyways. Oh, hollow red pepper, your impotent seeds sprout not but meaningless empty words. You can't possibly have proof to support such an outlandish theory. It's not a bad idea for a soap opera, but not even die-hard fans of the genre would stick around past the pilot. You want proof? Well, I've got proof. I can prove it by proving that Mr. Reyes in yesterday's magic show was a fake. And to do that, I just need you to look at this spot on this poster. And dun dun dun. That scar. This is the injury Mr. Rios sustained while practicing a magic trick 13 years ago. However, the video the victim shot of himself shows no trace of that injury. Oh my, you're absolutely right. Now, Mr. Returns, what do you suppose we find if we took a look at your right forearm? Is there by chance a nasty 13-year-old scar under that sleeve of yours? Well, Mr. Returns, why don't you roll up your sleeve and let the court have a look? Or are you hiding something else up there? Come on now, I have nothing up my sleeve. I don't need to hide anything up there because I require no tricks or gimmicks. For you see, my magic is the real deal. Is this what you're hoping to see? Oh, there it is! The scar! Just as I thought. That's right. I am the forgotten magician abandoned to the dark understage of history. The great Mr. Rios. This is totally absurd. How ironic. Wouldn't you say? This is this odious mark carved into me by Trucy Wright would bring me back into the limelight once more. Strange are the karmic threads before me. If the witness is the real Mr. Rios, then who is the victim who perished in the magic show? He was but a fan. I met him on one of my programs several years ago. He said he had become a magician out of admiration for the great Mr. Rios. In confidence, I told him my true identity and let him take on my mantle. And when did this man take over for you? About 2 years ago. I taught him my tricks and even acted as his producer. And so, a mere amateur became a popular magician overnight, courtesy of my magic on the stage we call television. Hope you enjoyed the show. You really had us fooled. Mr. Returns, or should I say, Mr. Rios, in your hatred for Trucy Wright, you killed the victim, Mr. Mystery, and then set up Miss Wright to take the fall, didn't you? You did it all just to tarnish the Wright name. I have no idea what you're talking about, lad. I set up the prank, that much is true, but it was a simple harmless joke on Trucy, I assure you. Yet she learned of the plan and made use of it to commit murder. That is how strongly that is how strongly the criminal element runs in the blood of these Wrights. But if it was a secret prank plan that very few people knew about, couldn't you have been able to be the one to use it for murder instead? Gah! Yikes! Eek. Just kidding. What the heck was that? Heed my words, lawyer lad, for I fear your grasp on reality is slipping. I do believe I told you that my magic is real. It employs neither tricks nor gimmicks. Enough with the ambiguity. Why don't you make your point already? My alibi is as pristine as ever. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Sadmati? Yes, I suppose that is correct. The witness does have a solid alibi. Oh boy. What? Recall, defense, that at the time of the magic show, Mr. Retins was at Take-Two TV. A fact that many people can easily attest to. That's right, I forgot all about that. So what do you think, Your Honor? Would you like me to testify on the matter? Yes, I think you'd better. Please tell the court more about your alibi. Very well then, on with the show. Are you watching, Magnifique Grammarier? The time has finally come for my magic to snuff out your precious pedigree. The Grammarier line will be no more. Alright, final testimony. I hope. My perfect alibi. Oh boy. I was at the TV station at the time of the Penrose performance. I was busy working on another TV program. I could spare no time for the magic show. Do ask my staff if you doubt my claim. And there it is, a simple and perfect alibi. No tricks, no gimmicks, just the truth. Okay. Do you understand now, perhaps? I did not grace the theater with my presence until after the incident. So how could I have committed the murder? His staff did say he was there at the station. So it sure does sound like a rock-solid alibi. But that can't be right. If Mr. Retins is the killer, he had to have been at the theater. There's gotta be a hole somewhere in his story. I assure you, there are no holes in Mr. Rias's stage. No tricks, no gimmicks. True magic doesn't need trapdoors to escape through. Do enjoy my show to the fullest, and my real alibi. All right, cross-examination time. Ooh boy. All right, so I was at the TV station at the time of the Penrose performance. Let's press. But you did come to the theater eventually, isn't that right? Indeed. Anxious to see how the show was progressing, I made my way to the theater. Let's see. My journey took about 10 minutes by car. Could he actually have been at the theater during those 10 minutes, killing the victim? Allow me a stab at reading your mind. Aha! Could I have been at the theater during those 10 minutes killing the victim? How in the... But no, I took a taxi. The driver can attest to that. Feel free to call the taxi company if my word doesn't satisfy you. The driver is a big fan of Ratings Raj. I even gave him my card. Oops, excuse me. He gave the driver his card? That was very clever of him. You might as well give it up, lad. Questioning real magic is a fool's errand. Besides, you know very well what I was doing at the time of the incident. So I was busy working on another TV program. I could spare no time for the magic show. Really now? What was this other TV show you were working on? My own special project, you see. One moment, perhaps this is more appropriate. It's a Ratings Raj special production. Yeah, hang loose, baby. It's called Desperation Regeneration. He switched personas just to say that? What's the show about? Washed up has-been singers and comedians get together and play musical chairs. The winner of the game is given a second chance at their career. A priceless prize for chumps who washed up too early in life. Sounds great, right? Might I suggest you appear on that show, Mr. Justice? As the ex-lawyer who used to make ridiculous bluffs in court and faded sadly into obscurity. This tactic has been used for a very long time, so don't think that either Phoenix or Apollo's bluffs have been, quote, ridiculous. Anyways, and let the Ratings Raj produce my TV debut? Not in this lifetime. You have a great reactions. Who knows? TV might be your true calling. Hey, whose side are you on? In any case, I was overseeing production of this program during the Penrose performance. Alright. Do ask my staff if you doubt my claim. How do we know those staff members aren't in cahoots with you? In cahoots. I make it my business to perform solo. My magic has neither need nor want of assistance. After all, one of them could reveal the secrets behind my magic, could they not? So he doesn't trust anybody, huh? He's the complete opposite of Trucy. There were many people there in the studio audience who saw the witness as well. Even if he had been able to persuade his own staff to cover for him, he could not have convinced so many complete strangers to do the same thing. Well, to do the same. He really made a rock solid alibi for himself. Yeah, it's almost too good, you know? It's eerie how perfect it is. Has all been revealed to you now? And there it is, a simple and perfect alibi. No tricks, no gimmicks, just the truth. I've got it. Do you have a brother? A brother that looks exactly like you, maybe? Again, with the twins business. You'd think the audience will let you get away with using the same gimmick twice in a row? If you do not believe him, defense, why not investigate for yourself? Though I am sure your efforts will prove to be thoroughly fruitless. Yeah, I guess the twins theory is a little far-fetched. His alibi really is airtight. I believe we've heard enough. While I believe the witness does indeed harbor some ill will against the defendant, there is no reason to doubt that he was at the TV station at the time of the incident. Yes, the facts prove it was impossible for the witness to have been involved with this crime. These last rites for the victim have dragged on long enough. The soul of the victim himself is so bored that it is resting on the top of your Honor's head. It is? Made you look. The time has come. Let us punish the sinner and give the victim's soul to the Twilight Realm. Apollo, Trucy will be thrown in prison and will be out of a job. But if you catch tasty fishies, will you sell me some at a good price? I told you I have absolutely zero intention of going off on a tuna boat. Think, Justice, you have to figure this out. It's no use. I can't find a single flaw. So what now? Behold my never-ending magic show. Come for the awe-inspiring showmanship of the great Mr. Reyes, and stay for my grand illusion until the end of time. Wait, is he saying that we're still trapped in some sort of illusion of his? That's what professional magicians do. They make their audience see something that isn't really there. In other words, you make us see illusions, right? We call it misdirection. While we keep you busy believing one thing, we're busy making something else happen. What we say is there really isn't, and what we say isn't there actually is. Could it be? You know what, Mr. Retins? I guess we have all been spectators to elaborate illusions you've prepared for us. An illusion that has subtly turned our attention towards something you wanted us to see. What are you going on about, lad? Have you got something, Apollo? I just remembered something Trucy said about misdirection. What a magician says is there really isn't, and what they say isn't there actually is. If we've all been taken for a ride by Mr. Retins' magic, then maybe he's made us see something that wasn't really there. It's time to rethink all of my assumptions about this case. But we have been made to believe it was there when it actually wasn't. What we have taken to be absolute facts of this case. If I evaluate the validity of all of these things, then just maybe, Athena, there's something uncanny about this case. Okay, what is it? Retins' alibi, it's too perfect. That's true. It's like it's impossible to break no matter how hard we try. But maybe that's the trick. Maybe that's exactly what he wants us to think. I'm not following. We're not making any headway here because we've been so focused on breaking his alibi. Oh, I think I get it. You're saying he's using misdirection on us, right? It's definitely a possibility. would the defense care to share with everyone what it's discussing over there? Your Honor, we believe that if we were to reconsider a certain assumption, we may finally arrive at the truth. In fact, I think we even finally see who's hiding behind the curtain, so to speak. And what is this certain assumption you're thinking of? This is the one key assumption we've been taking for granted this whole time. Let's see. The culprit was on scene. What if the culprit was somewhere other than the theater at the time of the crime? What if there was some way to commit the murder without actually being there? If that were the case, then Mr. Brittin's perfect alibi would become irrelevant. How could one person stab another to death with a sword without physically being there? Furthermore, we all saw what appears to be the culprit's shadow in the footage. But couldn't we just as easily assume that the shadow does not belong to the culprit? Well, if it's not the culprit, then whose is it? I'm not 100% sure yet, but I'm pretty sure I'm on the right track. We've all seen something that looks like this shadowy shape before, Your Honor, during the magic show itself. In that case, please point it out in the footage shown. This is the thing that looks suspiciously similar to the shadowy figure of the culprit. Let's see. Let's wait for it. And boom. Oh, I missed it there. Let me see if I can go frame by frame. Okay, play. Wait for it. Oh, right there. There it is. Let's hope I'm right on this. Because I can't legitimate save state here, so. Doesn't this shadow resemble the suspicious shadowy figure? Now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? Miss Wright, could you identify this shadow for the court? Let's see. I believe that's Mr. Hatz's shadow. It's from when he's being pulled up from the stage, to the catwalk overhead by wire. Then could this shadow that's shown later in the footage be Mr. Hat too? No, that's not possible. After Mr. Hat was pulled up to the catwalk, he stayed up there. In other words, this second shadow is from some other figure being pulled up. Some other figure? I'm afraid you'll need to be more specific than that, Mr. Justice. He's right. We've come this far. I'll just have to figure it out from the clues I have on hand. What is this second shadow shown in the footage? Thus we present the crime photo. If we consider what was happening on the stage at the time, there is only one answer. The shadow belonged to the fake Mr. Rios. In other words, Mr. Man of Mystery. The victim? Please take a look at the prank plan script. Miss Mystery, Mr. Mystery was to pretend to be dead and then fly up into the air after that. Isn't that right, Mr. Retins? Indeed. And what of it? I contend that that's exactly what happened. The victim was wearing a stunt harness around his waist. It was most likely attached to a stunt wire so that he could be pulled up into the air. So you're suggesting that after pretending to be dead in the coffin, the victim flew up into the air, just as the prank script says? Exactly. We just couldn't see him go flying up because the dragon was blocking our view. And that last trick, ladies and gentlemen, is the true piece de resistance of the culprit's murderous magic show. Oh, he's sweating. Don't tell me you've got it all figured out? Yes, I think so. If we can just look beyond Mr. Retins' last bit of misdirection, we should finally be able to see the real truth. The victim must have pulled up to the catwalk, just like Mr. Hat, and hit the cushioning up there with a considerable force. I just have to figure out what else happened up there at that time. Are you ready to elaborate, Mr. Justice? Yes, Your Honor, I'm ready. In that case, please answer me this. Why did the culprit make the victim fly up into the air like that? To murder him. Dun dun dun. Shock of all shocks. That is the answer. Just why did the culprit have the victim fly up after he appeared in the coffin? And how did the victim actually die when he was only pretending to be dead in the coffin? If we can figure out these two questions relate, or how these two questions relate, the answers should become clear. Could it be? Mr. Mystery must have thought he was still just a part of a prank when he appeared on stage. He probably didn't suspect a thing as he was being pulled into the air. After Mr. Wright was called backstage and just did I say Mr. Wright? After Miss Wright was called backstage and just as the set piece fell, but the culprit had already planted the real murder weapon in a cushion in the catwalk. It was probably a knife or a blade of some sort. What? You mean? Yes, it really was a magical murderer, just as the prank script said. Mr. Mystery was whisked up into the air and straight into a blade there in the catwalk. In other words, this murder was committed remotely through the use of a magic trick. What? Remotely? Using this method, it wouldn't matter where Mr. Retins was at the time of death. No. But how exactly does it work, Mr. Justice? Just before the murder occurred, the dragon set piece was up in the catwalk, and it and Mr. Man of Mystery were connected to each other by a wire at the time. By carrying out the prank plan, of course, Betty made the dragon set piece fall, which caused Mr. Mystery to rocket straight up and into the blade in the cushion. The cushion was high up enough to be hidden from the audience's view. That's why nobody saw the blade. Oh, then that big gash in Mr. Hatz's cape. The blade must have been set up overhead sometime before the magic show. Mr. Hat must have been slashed by it too when he was pulled up to the cushion. I can't believe it. I had no idea. I was told that Trucy would freak out if I made the set piece fall. That's the only reason I did it. You were used, Betty. Roger Rittins used you. I thought he was my little puppet to boss around, but it was the other way around. After the incident occurred, Mr. Rittins arrived at the theater. He got the murder weapon and swapped the rubber sword with the bloodied steel one. That's also why he lowered the victim's body down to the stage. But how did he have a time to do all that? When the set piece fell, the audience was evacuated from the building. He was able to do all those things after the fact because there was no one around to see. A horrific murder camouflaged by a spectacular magic show. That sounds like the kind of murder only a magician could pull off. As long as the show proceeded as it was scripted, Mr. Mystery was doomed to die. That's why it was you, Mr. Rittins, who killed the... Oh, Roger Ratings? I think that it was supposed to be pronounced Ratings, or I don't know, who killed the victim all the way from the TV station. This prank plan, or should I say murder plan, proves your murderous intent. Grammar, yay! Oh, now what? Enough! You dim-witted, ignorant imbecile! Putrid red pepper! You can't possibly have a counter argument to make. Talk about not knowing when to let it go and move on. Sorry, I heard a dog. Not my dog, but some other dog. Anyways, um, do you have a rebuttal or something, Prosecutor Sadmati? No blade of any kind was found in the catwalk, which means you have no evidence to support your theory. But Mr. Retins retrieved it after the fact, which still leaves you with no way to prove your wildly fantastic remote murder theory. But without proof, it does not make more sense to believe that murder was committed there on stage. That's where the bloodstained sword was found, after all. That is a very good point. As the only person who could have committed the crime there on that stage, Trucy Wright remains the prime suspect. It would appear that you would what you call truth is more than a cheap parlor trick. In the end, you have done nothing to prove the accused's innocence. It is time at last to let it go and move on. Are you seeing this, Magnifique Grammarier? My magic is exacting punishment on your granddaughter. The Grammarier name is done for. Apollo, we need to hit them with a decisive piece of evidence here. I know that's just what I was thinking. Mr. Justice, do you or don't you have anything to prove that the witness committed this remote murder you proposed? Of course I do, Your Honor. This entire incident was carried out exactly according to the script. Right. So theoretically, there should be no evidence for us to find or use, which means our best bet is to see if something unscripted happened. There's gotta be something Retins couldn't have foreseen, and once I find it, that's how I'll expose his murderous trick. Get ready, Mr. Retins, because I'm about to reveal the secret to your magic. There are no tricks or gimmicks here, just some good old-fashioned logic. All right, it's time for something that was done in the previous game, and that is review. As long as the magic show went as scripted, the murder would happen without fail. Everything in this case was carefully planned so that no evidence would be left behind. Still, one thing happened that definitely wasn't in the plan. What part of the magic show wasn't part of the show's original script? And that would be Bonnie's mistake. Bonnie made a mistake during Trucy's escape trick. What mistake did Bonnie make during the magic trick? And that would be Mr. Hatz's positioning. Mr. Hat, because Bonnie placed Mr. Hat to the right of the coffin instead of the left. Trucy had to reappear on the side of the coffin opposite to the one in the show's script, but the culprit didn't know that when he first arrived at the theater, which means he was bound to make a slip up when he tampered with the crime scene. Which part of the culprit's cover-up attempt was affected by Trucy's new position? And that is blood on the was to put blood in the coffin. It's speeding things up. The blood was on the wrong side of the coffin too. Thinking Trucy had appeared on the left, the culprit must have put the blood on the left hole. But the blood was eventually discovered in the right hole during the police investigation. If the killer had originally put blood on the left side, that means he must have tampered with the scene again afterwards to make it line up with the facts. To make the crime scene consistent with the facts, the culprit easy, swapped the coffin sides. The culprit swapped the coffin sides. That's right. The left and right panels of the coffin are interchangeable. The culprit must have switched the two panels to make the bloodstain fit the facts. But the switch might have also given rise to something unnatural. Oh, I remember now. There was something unnatural about the coffin, and it's just the evidence I need. Sorry, Mr. Pretends, but I have some very conclusive proof of your guilt. Another bluff, is it? There's no way you have anything of the kind. My magic is real, no trick. No, there are tricks and gimmicks to it, just like any other illusion. What? After the murder, you switched the left and right panels of the coffin, didn't you? Gah. And because you did, you left behind something very unnatural for us to find. This proves that Roger Retins tampered with the crime scene after the murder took place. And let's go back to the fingerprint results. The fingerprint results? What about the fingerprints is unnatural? Let's take a look at the prints the victim left inside the coffin, shall we? If the victim was facing forward in the coffin, his prints should have looked like this. However, what we found was they were facing the opposite direction. It's quite unnatural for the prince to be facing this way, wouldn't you agree? Otherwise, he would have been crossing his hands. Well, you know, like his arms would be in a crossing motion. It is strange, isn't it? But how did they get this way? They got this way because the culprit thought the magic show had gone according to the script. The culprit thought Mr. Hat would be on the left side of the coffin, and that Miss Wright would also pop up to the left side of the coffin, as per the show's script. He then assumed she had thrust the sword into the hole on the left side of the coffin. That's why he put blood in the left hole when he was trying to cover up his crime. But sometime after leaving the bloodstain, the culprit must have realized his mistake. He found out that due to Bonnie's mistake, Mr. Hat was to the right of the coffin, and that did despite the script, Miss Wright had thrust the sword into the hole on the right. In short, the hole with the blood in it was on the opposite side, and the one that Trucy used. To make the blood's location fit the facts, he had to tamper with the evidence yet again. So he tried to cover his tracks by switching the coffin's left and right panels. Oh, and that's how the fingerprints in the coffin ended up backwards. Because the culprit switched the two side panels around. Oh, I think I got it wrong. My bad. So yeah, what the prints we found, they were supposed to be inside the coffin, but the handprints, when he switched the sides, the palm prints are on the outside. The prints ended up facing the opposite direction. But instead of going to all that trouble with the panels, why didn't the culprit just wipe the blood away and redo it on the other side? I'm afraid that wouldn't have worked, Your Honor, because of a little something called luminol testing. Right, luminol. I almost forgot. Luminol can detect trace amounts of blood, even if it's been wiped away, right? That's right. Wiping the blood away would have only served as proof of his meddling. How about it, Mr. Retins? I did a pretty good job figuring out your trick, didn't I? Trucy Wright could have done the same just as easily. You have no proof that it was this witness who tampered with the evidence. Ah, but I do have proof. What? A person who was in the magic show would never have had made the mistake of putting the blood on the wrong side. Least of all, Miss Wright, who surely would have remembered she was on the other side. Oh my, you're absolutely right. Why, you impudent. I'm sure you've realized it by now, Prosecutor Sadmati, that you claim that Miss Wright is the culprit just doesn't hold up. You and the accused are most certainly... Well, what was he gonna say before I... Oh, never mind. Really? Miss Wright and I? Because I think you're the one with a ticket there for trying to convict an innocent girl. Ultra combo! Sorry. Prosecutor Sadmati, are you alright? As for the true culprit, he is someone who knew how the show was supposed to go, but didn't actually see it. And someone who had the chance to tamper with the crime scene after the incident. And the only person who fits the bill is you, Roger retins. Grammar, yay! All of the secrets to your tricks have been revealed. And with no tricks left, I'm afraid your show has been cancelled. Permanently. All of my secrets have been revealed, you say? Don't make me laugh, boy. Mine is the true real magic. There are no secrets to be revealed. Behold, ladies and gentlemen, the true power of the great Mr. Rias. Witness a magic far greater than Tropez grammar, yay. Creepy. Double creepy. Very creepy. Absolutely creepy. And now for the final heir to the Grammarier name. Right here, right now. You too shall Huh? No, this isn't right. No, I didn't do anything wrong. No, it's not my fault. I'm not the one to blame. I'm the victim here. What? Stop. No! Curse you, Grammarier! Curse those Grammariers. It's all because of them. Even now, they ruined me. Curse them all to the abyss! Do you really hate us that much? Does your hatred run that deep? Deep enough to kill an innocent man? You're darn right. You have no idea what humiliations I had to suffer. Your grandfather, Magnifique Grammarier, kicked me out after I got hurt practicing my magic. He said I was too unskilled, that I would mess up on stage. He threw me out of the troupe just because he was worried about his own reputation. Since I was but a child, it was always my dream to become a great magician. But that Magnifique, he took it all from me. But that's no excuse. That's no reason to do something so evil. Magic is supposed to make people happy, not use that as a means for murder. What's the big deal? I just used what I had available to me, that's all. I get it now. That attitude toward magic is why my grandfather kicked you out. You don't deserve to call yourself a magician. Don't deserve? I don't know about that. After all, you were completely taken in by my magic, were you not? If not for that lawyer over there, you would be on your way to prison as we speak. You're right. I didn't see through your tricks. You see, so in the end, Tropez Grammarier was defeated by the great Mr. Rias. You're not fit to lecture me from on high, Trucy Wright. You don't even deserve to call yourself a magician, you naive greenhorn. Take that, Grammarier. You lose. If anyone needs to learn to let it go and move on, it's this guy. This court and my prison can both burn in the flames of my creation. Bailiff, take Mr. Rettins away and bring a fire extinguisher just to be safe. It looks like we've reached the end. I feel as though I've been watching a grand magic show. It was close, but we just barely made it through somehow. Huh? Why does Trucy look so down? Miss Wright? Yes, Your Honor? I'm about to announce my verdict. Could I see that wonderful smile of yours? That smile of a true entertainer, as I do. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, this court finds the defendant Trucy Wright not guilty. Case closed. Court is adjourned. Judge out. Oh, wow. Alright, so we're back in the lobby. Thank you for everything, Polly. Oh, Trucy, grazie a Dio. That means, thank God. Sorry, where was I? I kind of spaced out there for a second. Now you can open your show tomorrow, just as planned. Yep, and it's all thanks to you two. Oh, but now that Mr. Rias is gone, I'll need to find somebody to replace him. I don't like the way she's looking at me. Trucy, I'm sorry about everything. Hey, what are you apologizing for? Roger Rettins used us. We're victims too. He even made me an accomplice to murder. But Betty, we have to take some of the blame for this too, you know. Even if we didn't know he was planning to kill Mr. Mystery, we did cooperate with him. It's all my fault, isn't it? Neither one of you is to blame. The only one in the wrong is the person who used magic to commit murder, Roger Rettins. Don't you think I know that? Say what you want, but don't think for a second that I don't still hate you. I guess she really does hate me. But Betty, why? You used to be a huge fan of Trucy's. Hey, shut up! I've always hated her. Really? But if we hadn't seen Trucy's magic show, we never would have tried to become professional magicians ourselves, right? Speak for yourself. But Betty, you still have a... Just shut up. Was she acting that way this whole time because she secretly loves Trucy? Wow, Trucy, I never knew that being the best could be so tough. Come on, Bonnie, we're leaving. We have to get ready for tomorrow's show. You're really excited about performing with Trucy again, aren't you? That's not true. So zip it, dummy. And they're gone. Polly, do you think I really am a naive greenhorn? Huh? No way. She's not. After all, you were completely taken in by my magic, were you not? It's not for, if not for that lawyer over there, you would be on your way to prison as we speak. You're right. I didn't see through your tricks. You see, so in the end, Grammarier was defeated by the great Mr. Rias. You're not fit to lecture me from on high, Trucy Wright. You don't deserve to call yourself a magician, you naive greenhorn. Trucy, don't tell me you're taking what Retin said to heart. Well, maybe a little. I didn't see through his tricks, and I let myself be taken in by his magic. I can't trust myself anymore. Maybe he was right to call me a greenhorn. You shouldn't take stock in his words. He doesn't even know the first thing about you. Huh? You're a wonderful Grammarier magician. You should be proud of yourself. Thank you, Apollo. But what makes you say that? I know you're a wonderful Grammarier magician because of this. Thus, we give her the Grammarier notebook. My grandfather's notebook? The Grammarier Creed. A true entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. When you performed your trick in court today, you showed the world your dedication to your trope's creed. Even though all the jeering, you kept a smile on your face and won the crowd over. You are everything Magnifique could have hoped for in an heir. You're a great magician, Trucy. A great magician? Me? You really are. That's why you don't have to worry about what Retin said. Oh, Polly, thank you. Still, I couldn't have done it without you. I would have lost my nerve if I'd been alone up there. But I was able to keep on smiling because of you. Me? I remembered what you said to me in the detention center. After all, you're sure you swapped the swords, right? Yes, I remember doing it. Then I just know it wasn't your fault, Trucy. But how? How can you say that? We don't have any proof it wasn't me. I mean, I know you're a great lawyer, Polly, but I believe in you, Trucy. And I believe in your skill as a professional magician. So I'm going to prove your innocence. Don't worry. You're going to be fine. Your words were what kept me going. Apollo, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Now I can be everything I was meant to be. Trucy's real smile is the best. I'm so glad I could help make that happen. Emma? I'm really sorry, Trucy, for everything. But why? Well, I wasn't able to convince prosecutors Sadmahi what a good person you are. And I had to testify against you. You have nothing to apologize for. You were just doing your job. You're too kind. Oh, I don't know about... Huh? Is something wrong, Emma? Oh. Oh, great. Prosecutor Sadmahi? What are you doing here? Detective Sky. Yes? I require your forensic expertise in order to close this case. Come, let us go. Wait! Prosecutor Sadmahi! The trial is over, Mr. Justice. You and I are strangers once more, with no further need to interact. Strangers? Have you really forgotten all about me? What? You've really changed, Nayuta. Telling me to let it go and stuff? What happened to you? Oh, lawyer of impure soul. I have nothing to say to the likes of you. Are you serious, Nayuta? Now, if you will excuse me. There he goes. What was that all about, Apollo? How do you know Prosecutor Sadmahi? Let's just say we were old acquaintances. Acquaintances? It seemed like something more than that. Yeah, well, you don't like to talk about your past, do you? Because you always change the subject. I guess I'll have to talk about it someday. Soon. But for now, come on, let's forget about the past and celebrate Trucy's future. Sure, if you say so. Hmm? Hey, it's Mr. Wright. Put him on speakerphone, Apollo. What's up, Mr. Wright? Apollo, how's Trucy? What happened at the trial? Did you get a not guilty verdict? Mr. Wright, slow down. Everything's fine. Hi, Daddy. I'm okay now. She was found not guilty in a very dramatic turnabout. Turnabout. Plus, we saved the office. It was a great victory for Apollo. Phew, that's a load off my mind. I can't thank you enough, Apollo. Now I know I can trust you to hold down the fort anytime. Me? Really? Yes, you. You're a real, a full-fledged lawyer now in my eyes. A full-fledged lawyer? I still can't wrap my mind around it. Thank goodness you were there to take care of everything, and thank you, Apollo. No need to go that far, boss. Especially not in front of everyone. Oh, and by the way, I won't be able to make it to tomorrow's show, so I was hoping you could go. You'll do that for me, won't you? Of course. I wouldn't miss it for the world. And he hung up. Full-fledged? So, Daddy asked you to come to tomorrow's show, huh? As my assistant, right? No, he just asked me to go cheer you on. Okay, then I'll be sure to save you the best seat in the house, Polly. The best seat in the house? I really appreciate it. I really appreciate the thought, but good. Then it's settled. Hmm? Right, so back in the stage. Objection! I should have known. This is what she meant? Magical girl Trucy Wright will now perform her greatest illusion yet. There are no tricks or gimmicks here, ladies and gentlemen. This is real magic. Wait a minute, you're kidding, right? This is a trick or gimmick, right? I'm too young to die. Now then, Mr. Hat, you know what to do with that sword. No, wait, stop! No! Ah! And that is how Trucy and Grammarier Land ended on a rousing high note. With a big round of applause and Polly's ear-splitting screams, What kind of an ending is that? And thus ends episode 2, The Magical Turnabout. Oh my goodness. It was a long one. But hopefully things will get shorter. I hope. When we go into our next episode next time, episode 3, The Rite of Turnabout. So until then, everyone, take care and God bless. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed the video, leave a like, comment, and share with all your family and friends. If you're enjoying my content, consider subscribing to the channel. And don't forget to click that bell to receive notifications for new videos. Take care, and God bless.